What if the world's first water was not born gentle? What if it arrived like a memory the Earth did not ask for, falling from a sky that had no colour yet, onto a planet that had no name? Wherever you are tonight, I'm glad you're here. The night is slow, the mind is tired, and the Earth, in all its ancient patience, has a story to tell, a story older than breath, older than light, older than the quiet pulse of the oceans that cradle this world now. A story about water, before it remembered how to be an ocean. Let the room dim around your thoughts. Let the edges soften. This is not a lesson. This is not a lecture. This is a long exhale of time, unspooled across billions of years, told as if the planet itself were whispering in its sleep. Tonight, the Earth remembers how its first oceans formed under a young and violent Sunday, and how nothing truly begins, the way stories pretend it does. In the earliest hours of the world, hours that lasted millions of years, the sky was not a sky at all. It was a burning veil, a shimmering wound stitched across the heavens, glowing with colours no human eyes would ever witness. Nothing about this place was quiet. Nothing was gentle. The Earth was still learning how to exist, and every breath it took came out as fire. Imagine a horizon where stone moves like water, where mountains melt before they ever rise, where the ground itself trembles with a low, constant growl as if the planet is clearing its throat for the first time. The crust is thin, fragile, unfinished. Beneath it, oceans of magma churn and pulse, pushing upward in fountains of molten rock that reach toward a sky already swollen with heat. Lightning lashes through sulfuric clouds. Meteors carve scars across the atmosphere. Dust from 1,000 impacts hangs suspended like ash from a funeral that never ends. And through it all, the sun stands above young, furious, unrestrained. It burns brighter than the sun known now, radiating a violent brilliance that pushes against the Earth as if trying to keep it from cooling. Its flares spit shadows across the boiling air. Its light scatters through the haze, turning the sky into a distorted fever dream of reds and golds and bleeding white. But beneath that violence, something quieter waits. A seed of cold, a whisper of future oceans. It hides inside minerals, locked in stone, carried from deep within the mantle. Even in this chaos, water exists, but only as memory, only as vapor that cannot stay. Every time the planet exhales steam from volcanic mouths, the droplets try to fall. They try to collect. They try to become something more. But the heat is too intense. Rain becomes mist. Mist becomes vapor. Vapor rises back into the furnace of the sky, erased before it can touch the ground. The Earth seems to resist water, as if refusing to believe that anything soft belongs here. Yet even resistance is a kind of preparation. Molten rivers crawl across the surface. Lava fields spread like glowing continents that never last long enough to be named. They crack as they cool, only to split open again when new waves of fire rise beneath them. These cracks become the first scars of the Earth, wounds that breathe steam, releasing gases that drift upward in shimmering curtains. Hydrogen, oxygen, carbon. The earliest molecules that will one day cradle the oceans gather here, swirling together in the newborn air. They do not yet know their purpose. They move blindly, carried by heat and gravity and chance. But in this swirling chaos, the atmosphere thickens. A cloak begins to form, thin, toxic, unstable, but enough to trap heat and hold the planet in a kind of suspended becoming. Volcanoes bloom everywhere like dark flowers, opening and closing, releasing clouds that stretch from horizon to horizon. Their plumes rise high, brushing against the edge of space, before falling back in slow, drifting sheets. Ash settles on glowing rock. Rock cools just enough to hold the ash before another eruption renews the cycle. It is a world made of repetition, a rhythm of fire and darkness, heat and collapse, beginning and undoing. Time here does not move forward. It settles. This settling is slow, almost imperceptible. Temperature drops by fractions. The crust thickens by inches. The sun, though still violent, burns a little less feverishly. The storms become slightly less unbearable. And inside these tiny changes lies the possibility of everything. Somewhere in this shifting balance, clouds begin to form. Not the gentle clouds of modern skies, but massive, roiling towers of vapour, dense enough to dim the blazing Sunday. They gather above volcanic plains, above impact basins, still glowing from the birth of mountains that did not survive the night. These clouds carry the first honest weight of water, heavy and trembling, ready to fall. But the earth still isn't cool enough. Raindrops form, descend a few meters, and vanish in a hiss. Each one is a failed memory of an ocean, a promise the planet isn't ready to keep. Still, the clouds thicken. Still, the vapor rises. Still, the atmosphere grows heavier, pressing closer to the ground as if trying to comfort it. Something is changing. Something slow. Something patient. The fire begins to lose its dominance. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not even within 1,000,000 years. But the shift is undeniable, like the softest breath beneath a scream. Beneath the molten surface, deep in the mantle's heaving currents, minerals begin to lock away heat instead of releasing it. Silicates cool, metals settle, the crust grows denser, more stable. The ground no longer melts the instant something touches it. It begins to hold shape, to keep its contours, to remember what it was an hour ago. Memory is the first step toward oceans. And so the world continues, caught between fury and potential, a sky of fire above, a sea of magma below, and in between them, a thin, trembling crust that holds the future in silence. Because beneath all that heat, beneath all that violence, the earth is waiting, waiting to cool, waiting to soften, waiting to become capable of water. And though the sky is still a furnace, it is no longer only fire. It is the beginning of a storm that has not yet learned how to fall. The young earth turned slowly beneath its blazing sky, spinning like an ember suspended in cosmic wind. Each rotation pulled the heat across its surface, stretching day and night into a cycle that felt less like time and more like a pulse. One beat of molten dawn, one beat of cooling dusk. But dusk, in these early ages, was never dark. The horizon glowed constantly, lit from below by rivers of molten stone that refused to rest. Even the darkness carried fire. At the edges of each forming continent, magma spilled into basins that did not yet deserve the name. They were shallow hollows, half-formed valleys carved by impacts and stretching rifts. The molten rock flowed into them like glowing tides, rising and falling with the slow motion of the mantle beneath. As it cooled, the surface hardened into fragile crust, thin enough to crack under its own weight, thick enough to cradle minerals that would one day dissolve into the oceans. Above this restless landscape, the air thickened into a suffocating shroud. Gases exhaled from the planet in endless plumes. Water vapor, carbon dioxide, sulfur, ammonia. Each molecule was a piece of a story the Earth had not yet learned to tell. They floated upward in waves, merging and separating, forming patterns that vanished as quickly as they appeared. The air shimmered with heat, bending light into distorted ribbons that twisted across the sky. In those distortions, the world looked like a mirage. Clouds formed in bursts, massive, towering structures that rose from the horizon like slow-moving giants. Their bodies glowed faintly orange, lit from below by the lava fields, and their edges flickered with lightning that never reached the ground. They were heavy with vapor, carrying more water than any storm the modern Earth will ever know. Yet they could not release it. The surface was still too hot, too unwilling to receive anything but fire. Rain fell anyway. Each drop evaporated instantly, turning to steam before it could touch the seething ground. The sound of this vapor was constant, a soft, endless whisper, as if the sky were practicing the idea of rain, rehearsing for a future where water would be allowed to stay. The hiss of evaporating droplets merged with the crackle of cooling lava and the deep rumble of distant eruptions, forming the first music the planet ever made. This music was not peaceful, but it was patient. Deep beneath the crust, the mantle shifted like a slow heartbeat. Heat moved through it in waves, rising and falling, creating currents that pushed the continents, if they could be called that, back and forth across the surface. These proto-continents were nothing more than clusters of unstable rock, floating on oceans of magma. They drifted aimlessly, breaking apart, reforming, colliding, melting, cooling, and melting again. Nothing held shape for long. But in every moment of cooling, a little more heat escaped to space. Every new layer of crust locked away a little more molten restlessness. Volcanic plumes, though still frequent, erupted into air that could now trap their gases, thickening the atmosphere into something more durable. And within that atmosphere, water vapor accumulated. The sky grew heavy with unshed rain. At times, the clouds stretched so thick that the sun became only a pale smear. Its light filtered through layers of vapor and ash. The world dimmed. Temperatures dipped slightly. Steam, unable to escape quickly enough, lingered lower in the air, hanging between the ground and the sky like a ghost of future oceans. These changes were small, nearly invisible in the scale of geological time, but they mattered. The Earth was cooling. And cooling is another way of remembering. As temperatures fell, even by fractions, the crust gained strength. Tiny patches of solid ground held together longer. Lava fields took more time to crack. The night, though still glowing, began to last a little longer before sunrise brought the world back to a boil. This shift was delicate, fragile, but it opened the door to something extraordinary. Deep within the mantle, minerals containing water began to release it more slowly. Instead of erupting violently, steam seeped upward through microscopic channels, gathering in pockets beneath the crust. These pockets swelled over time, building pressure, searching for pathways to the surface. When they found them, they exhaled in the gentlest eruptions the young Earth had ever felt, quiet vents, releasing their vapors not in fire, but in warmth. These exhalations added to the growing atmosphere. The sky became a reservoir. Above the planet, the vapor gathered into immense belts of cloud. They wrapped around the globe, carried by winds that tore across the surface at unimaginable speeds. Unlike anything the modern world knows, these winds carved temporary trenches into half-molten ground and carried volcanic dust from one hemisphere to the other in a single day. And still the clouds grew heavier. Still the rain rehearsed the shape of falling. Still the sky strained under the weight of the water it was trying to hold. The Earth stood between two great pressures, fire pushing upward from the mantle and water pressing downward from the sky. In that trembling balance, something new was forming. The first true cycle of evaporation and condensation. Not complete, not stable, but real enough to reshape the planet's fate. One day, though, millions of years away, the heat would fall just enough. The surface would cool just enough. The atmosphere would thicken just enough for the sky to finally break. And when it did, the rain would not stop. Not for a day. Not for a year, not for an age, but for now, the world hovered on the edge of that transformation, held in the grasp of a sky made of fire, a sky preparing to fall, but not yet ready to let go. The air above the newborn Earth trembled with heat, rippling in waves that bent the horizon into a restless mirage. Every breath of wind felt like the exhale of a furnace, sweeping across the surface with an urgency that carried dust, ash, and fragments of shattered rock. These winds were ancient wanderers, born from the imbalance between searing days and glowing nights, sculpting the landscape in motions too swift and too forceful for the young crust to resist. They peeled layers off cooling lava fields, scattering them across plains still wet with molten glow. They carved shallow furrows into the ground, furrows that lasted only moments before the next eruption filled them with fire again. Nothing stayed unchanged long enough to matter. Every newborn structure was swallowed, reformed, or erased before it could remember what it had been. Yet in this constant erasure, something subtle was happening. Heat radiated outward into space, leaking away from the planet like forgotten breath. The cooling was painfully slow, measured not in days or seasons, but in shifts so slight they were almost illusion. And still, the world cooled, silently, reluctantly, but inevitably. Above this reluctant cooling, the clouds thickened, their undersides darkened like bruises forming across the sky. Lightning flickered constantly, branching through vapor in sudden white fractures that illuminated the world below in flashes of ghostly brilliance. In those moments, the horizon looked like a cracked mirror, the molten rivers reflecting the brightness back upward, creating a looping dance between sky and ground. The Earth, for the first time, seemed to hesitate. It did not roar endlessly. It did not erupt without pause. Instead, there were pockets of stillness, brief, trembling silences, where the lava calmed, where the plumes softened, where the clouds hung heavy and waiting, as if listening for something. These silences were small, easily devoured by the next eruption, but they were real, and in geological time, reality begins in whispers. Steam continued to rise in endless streams from cracks in the crust. These vents were the Earth's earliest sighs, relief escaping slowly, carefully. Every molecule of water released into the air lingered a little longer now, held by the thickening atmosphere. The sky no longer let vapor flee into space the way it once did. Instead, it held it close, gathering it into the sprawling belts of cloud that wrapped the planet. Above all this, the sun burned with relentless brilliance. It was younger then, more impatient, more volatile. Solar winds swept across the atmosphere in waves, stripping away particles and reshaping the outer layers of air. The magnetic field of the Earth, still growing in strength, fought back like a tired guardian, protecting the atmosphere enough for it to survive, but not enough to quiet the sun's fury. Solar storms struck the planet with light that pierced the clouds, revealing glimpses of the molten surface below. These rays hit pools of cooling lava, scattering into a haze of gold and crimson, painting the world in colours that no sea or sky would ever hold again. But the sun's violence had an unintended gift. It heated the upper atmosphere, allowing vapour to rise higher before condensing, and the higher the vapour rose, the colder it became. This cold, thin, fragile, scattered, was enough to change everything. Droplets formed, not the fleeting, evaporating specks of earlier ages, but real droplets, clusters of water gathering around dust and ash, growing heavier as they merged. They drifted downward slowly, their descent graceful and uncertain, like newborn memories testing their shape. Most still vanished before they reached the ground, but not all. Some reached molten rock and hissed into steam. Some struck cooling crust and lasted a heartbeat longer. Some gathered in cracks sheltered from direct heat and remained there, trembling, before they too vanished into vapour. Those tiny moments mattered. They were the first victories of water over fire. The planet, though still overwhelmingly hot, had begun to hold traces of its future oceans. Beneath the surface, the mantle continued its long work circulating heat, redistributing minerals, forming new crust. But the eruptions were changing. They became slightly less explosive, slightly less catastrophic. Where once fountains of lava shot upward like volcanic geysers, now more eruptions oozed slowly, bleeding from vents and fissures in thick, glowing currents. These slower flows released less violent heat into the atmosphere. Steam from the vents rose more gently. Ash settled in quieter blankets across the landscape, and each layer of ash that cooled became a thin, fragile shield, absorbing heat that would otherwise return to the air. The Earth was cooling itself without meaning to. Clouds responded by thickening even further. Their bases drew closer to the ground, dragging shadows across the plains of cooling rock. The pressure they exerted on the atmosphere increased the likelihood of condensation. Raindrops began to form more frequently, clinging to the air, resisting evaporation a moment longer each time. A pattern emerged. Not a stable one, not a predictable one, but a pattern nonetheless. Evaporation. Condensation, falling, erasing, rising again. It was an unfinished cycle, a broken loop repeating itself until brokenness became a kind of rhythm. Still, the heat was too great for rain to survive. The ground glowing in many places, smouldering in others, held too much memory of fire. The crust, though thicker, still carried heat upward from the mantle. Lava fields radiated warmth into the atmosphere, creating pockets of rising air that tore clouds apart before they could release their full weight. But change does not arrive all at once. It gathers, it accumulates, it waits. And the Earth was gathering something immense. The sky now held vast oceans of vapour, trapped and growing heavier with each passing epoch. The atmosphere became so thick that sound travelled differently, duller, slower, as though every eruption and crackle had to push through a weighted blanket of unshed rain. The pressure built, the clouds strained, the earth cooled, the sky darkened, The world was preparing for a moment it had never experienced. A moment when the sky would no longer be able to hold its burden. A moment when rain would fall not as a whisper, but as a declaration. A moment that would transform fire into memory. Something in the air began to change slowly, quietly, in ways the young Earth could not yet understand. The heat that once ruled every corner of the surface now gathered in pockets instead of sweeping endlessly across the land. Where molten rivers once stretched unbroken from horizon to horizon, there were now places where the crust held firm, refusing to melt back into the glow below. These patches did not last long, but they lasted longer than anything before. And in the language of a young planet, longevity is a form of promise. Above these fragile plains, the sky carried an unbearable heaviness. Clouds pressed downward in layers so thick they erased all sense of height or distance. They merged into one immense blanket, a sky without sky, a ceiling of vapour that felt close enough to touch. The weight of unborn rain stretched across the world, settling over mountains still soft with heat, over valleys carved by impacts, over plains trembling with molten breath beneath their thin crust. Lightning stitched its way through the vapour, illuminating the clouds from within. Each flicker revealed the swirling layers of water suspended in the air, shifting slowly like memories that refused to settle. The flashes lit the land below in ghostly pulses, revealing shapes that vanished as soon as the darkness returned, shadows of mountains that would not survive the next eruption, silhouettes of ridges forming and collapsing in the same breath. Even the darkness glowed faintly. Ash drifted like snow that never cooled. The air shimmered with heat, bending everything into a soft blur. It was a world caught in its own fever, but beneath that fever, something else stirred. The crust, once nothing more than a fragile sheet over a restless ocean of magma, began to strengthen. Crystals formed along its surface, locking into place like the first stitches in a quilt that would take millions of years to complete. With each new layer of cooled rock, less heat escaped upward. The warmth that once filled the sky now lingered closer to the ground, trapped beneath the weight of an atmosphere growing more complex by the day. This trap was both blessing and burden. It slowed the cooling of the land, but it allowed the air to grow thick enough for water to cling to itself. Droplets formed more readily now. They merged in slow clusters, trembling as they grew heavier. And when they fell farther than they ever had. Some almost reached the earth. They drifted through the lower layers of the atmosphere, stretching into elongated teardrops as they encountered rising heat. Some exploded into mist. Some evaporated in a silent shimmer. But some survived long enough to touch the cooling crust with a hiss so soft it almost felt like breath. The first true raindrop to reach solid ground did not last more than a heartbeat. But it mattered, because it stayed. The earth had allowed water to land upon it, even if only for a moment. Not far away, vents opened between cooling ridges, releasing columns of steam that rose and vanished into the waiting clouds. These quiet exhalations were less violent than the eruptions of earlier ages. They no longer tore the ground open with thunderous force. Instead, they released warmth gently, like sighs escaping through cracks in an old memory. This gentleness was new, unexpected, and it signaled another shift. The rock beneath the surface, the mantle's restless skin, was cooling unevenly. Some regions hardened faster, creating islands of stability in a world ruled by fire. These islands gathered around them, the earliest forms of permanence, layers of cooled lava, blankets of ash, hardened stone that could withstand the next surge of molten flow. The land was beginning to remember itself, and the sky responded. Clouds thickened further, growing darker, heavier. They drifted lower, pressing close to the ground. Their undersides glowed from the reflections of lava fields, creating an eerie world where the sky held the colour of embers. The air smelled of minerals, warm stone, sulphur, and the faintest trace of something new, something clean, the first hint of rain's scent. Lightning cracked through the clouds, and the world flinched beneath the brightness. Thunder rolled across the plains, its sound muffled by the dense air, as if echoing through water instead of sky. Each strike released a burst of energy that momentarily cleared small pockets in the clouds, revealing glimpses of the stars beyond stars blurred by the still thickening atmosphere, but present nonetheless. Those glimpses mattered. They reminded the young Earth that beyond the fire, the universe waited. Meanwhile, the cooling crust fractured. These fractures created networks of channels, rifts where steam collected, where minerals interacted with vapor, where temperatures fluctuated just enough for something extraordinary to occur. In these sheltered cracks, rainwater lasted longer. Not minutes, not hours, but long enough to leave faint traces on the stone. These traces were tiny, shallow indentations carved by evaporating droplets, watermarks that vanished almost instantly. But for the first time, they left behind patterns. Patterns that hinted at erosion. Patterns that whispered of rivers. Patterns that foretold oceans. Above, the clouds gathered into a single planetary storm. It stretched around the entire globe, unbroken, like a ring of vapor embracing the planet. This storm was ancient, slow, and impossibly heavy. It carried within it all the water the Earth had ever exhaled, every droplet from every vent, every plume, every eruption. The sky held an ocean above the world, heavy, trembling, waiting for the moment it could finally fall. And deep below, the Earth was cooling toward that moment. Each day, each century, each slow, molten epoch brought the planet closer. The sky grew darker, the ground grew steadier, the atmosphere grew heavier. The world stood on the edge of transformation. A transformation that would end an age of fire and begin an age of water. The Earth turned beneath its swollen sky, carrying its burden of heat like an ancient fever that refused to break. But even fevers cool, not in sudden clarity, but in subtle, nearly invisible shifts so quiet they slip unnoticed through the chaos that surrounds them. And it was in these quiet shifts that the young planet began to change. On the surface, rivers of molten rock still crawled across the land, but they moved with less urgency now. Their glow, though bright, did not scorch the air as violently as before. The crust held them back in places, forcing them to weave between hardened ridges instead of smothering everything in their path. These hardened ridges, small, as they were offered the first suggestion of stability, land strong enough to persist for more than a fleeting moment. In the intervals between eruptions, the world rested. It was a restless rest, trembling beneath the weight of the heat inside it. But it was rest nonetheless, and rest allowed cooling. Cooling allowed clouds to gather. The sky had grown impossibly thick, so dense with vapor, that sunlight filtered through it in muted rays, as if the sun were exhausted from pushing through such weight. The light that reached the ground carried a strange softness, diffused and blurred, bathing the landscape in the glow of distant embers rather than the sharp brilliance of day. Under this muted light, the clouds swelled. Their bodies grew darker, more saturated, more burdened by the endless vapor rising from vents and cooling lava fields. They moved in slow, sweeping currents, merging and separating in patterns shaped by winds far stronger than anything that exists now. These winds, born from violent temperature differences across the surface, carved the clouds into spirals the size of continents, walls of vapor rotating with the weight of unborn oceans. The air below those spirals grew heavy, dense, electric. Lightning branched through the clouds almost constantly, illuminating them from within like lanterns carved of storm. Each flash revealed the layered structure of the sky, sheets of vapor stacked upon one another, bound by gravity and held together by the faint promise of rain. But still, the surface was too hot. Rain fell, but only as shadow. Drops formed, but only to vanish. Yet evaporation itself carried a kind of erosion. Each droplet that struck the ground stole a fraction of heat as it disappeared, a fraction so small it seemed meaningless until millions of years of failed rainfall accumulated into quiet transformation. Cooling crust now stretched across wider plains. It still cracked under pressure, still bled lava when the mantle surged, but the cracks closed more slowly. The flows cooled faster, the land held memory longer. The earliest shapes, ridges, basins, highlands began to persist, carving the first faint outline of a planet capable of more than fire. In those basins, heat pooled like trapped breath. Steam rose constantly, a haze that clung to the air. But even that haze played its part. Steam absorbed heat, and when it drifted upwards, it carried that heat away, releasing it into the upper layers of the atmosphere where it dispersed into the thin edges of space. The sky was cooling too. Not evenly, not quickly, but enough. And as the sky cooled, something ancient stirred within the clouds. They began to sag. Their bases drifted closer to the ground, pulled downward by their own immense weight. From below, they resembled continents suspended above the world vast, dark landmasses sculpted not of stone but of vapour and memory. Each movement of the clouds sent waves of pressure through the air, compressing the atmosphere until it felt like the world was shrinking beneath their presence. The earth responded with a deeper silence. Eruptions, though still common, now paused for longer intervals. Some volcanoes, exhausted from constant upheaval, fell into dormancy for the first time since the planet's birth. Their vents crusted over, trapping heat inside instead of releasing it violently. That trapped heat, pushed back into the mantle, allowed the surface to cool in irregular patches, small islands of stability scattered across the world's fiery skin. On these islands, raindrops lasted longer, not seconds, not minutes, but long enough to carve microscopic channels into the cooling rock. These channels were tiny, barely visible even if eyes had existed to see them, but they were the first rivers, the first paths carved by water across stone, and the stone remembered. It cracked differently now, shaped not only by heat and pressure, but by the touch of something softer. Each droplet that landed left behind a trace, a faint mark, a tiny indentation, a whisper of erosion. These whispers accumulated, layering upon one another, until the surface began to carry the signature of water. Above these marks, the clouds thickened further. Their weight became unbearable. Their edges dissolved into ragged curtains of vapour, trembling under their own mass. The world was suffocating under the promise of rain it could not yet release. But promises do not linger forever. Somewhere deep in the atmosphere, where cold met vapour in the first true balance, the droplets grew larger. They clung together in clusters, heavy enough to withstand the heat rising from the ground. They fell in long, trembling streaks, descending farther than anything before. Many evaporated, many burst into steam. But a few, a very few, reached patches of ground cool enough to hold them. The sound was soft, barely a whisper. The first real rainfall touching the earth. It lasted only a heartbeat, but it was enough. The sky had learned how to fall, the ground had learned how to receive. And though the world still burned beneath the clouds, the balance had begun to tilt. The age of fire was ending. The age of water waited only for the sky to break completely. The young earth, still trembling from the age of fire, carried within its crust the memory of heat, the layers of molten past sealed beneath the fragile calm forming above. The lava fields that once moved like rivers of light had cooled into dark skin, cracked and uneven, but solid enough to hold the weight of silence for the first time. It was in that silence that the planet began to change in ways far deeper than the shifting of rock or the cooling of air. The world had begun to exhale, not in words or winds, but in gases rising from deep chambers, where minerals were still bright with heat. These gases did not burst forth in violent eruptions as they once had. They drifted upward in slower pulses, seeping through fissures, whispering through pores, carrying with them the earliest breath of a world learning to cool. Hydrogen, carbon dioxide, methane, sulfur, and water vapour, always water, rising from stone like memory escaping from a sealed past. These vapours gathered above the landscape, weaving themselves into the thick atmosphere that clung to the earth like a cloak still warm from the fires beneath it. The sky was no longer a ceiling of pure flame, but a dense, shifting ocean of gas. It churned slowly, its eddies guided by heat rising from vents and by winds shaped by uneven cooling across the surface. In places where the crust thickened, the exhalations emerged more gently. Steam drifted upward in ribbons so thin they barely held shape. These quiet plumes curled and dissolved into the air, contributing to the ever-growing reservoir of vapour that would one day crash down as rain without end. But for now, the world lingered between breaths. The ground beneath this atmosphere carried a fragile rhythm, waves of expansion and contraction, as temperatures fluctuated between days' fading glow and night's dim quiet. Cracks widened and narrowed in slow motion. Minerals shifted within the crust. rearranging themselves into structures that could withstand slightly more stress, slightly more change. Stone, once a molten river, was beginning to hold form. And within that form, gases, trapped during earlier eras, began to escape. Not violently, not all at once, but persistently, tiny exhalations building into something vast. The earth was breathing, not like a creature, not with intention, but through the physics of cooling stone and the chemistry of minerals releasing trapped vapors. Every mountain of hardened lava, every cooled basin, every crystal forming within the crust contributed to this exhalation. It was a collective breath drawn from the planet's deepest layers. Above these breaths, the sky thickened further. Clouds formed in great, slow billows, immense structures of vapor, so dense that they dimmed the sun even on the brightest days. They swirled through the air like growing continents, drifting across the planet with the weight of future oceans held within them. Lightning pulsed softly inside these clouds, illuminating the world in flashes that came and went like fleeting memories. These flashes were quieter now, muffled by the density of the atmosphere. Thunder rolled across the landscape in long, distant murmurs, more like the shifting of mountains than the roar of storms. And beneath it all, stone continued to change. Cooling at the surface was only the beginning. Deeper inside the crust, minerals responded to pressure and temperature in ways that reshaped the planet's future. Water molecules embedded within silicate structures were released gradually, forming pockets of vapor that migrated upward. Carbon, once trapped in molten rock, bonded with oxygen carried by rising plumes. These chemical dances, happening invisibly beneath the crust, thickened the air above and prepared the world for the next great shift, the collapse of the sky into endless rain. But the Earth was not ready for that yet. It needed to breathe longer. As the crust cooled, new landscapes emerged, low ridges, uneven plains, the first suggestion of mountains that would one day rise high enough to break the sky. These features were crude, constantly reshaped by eruptions and tremors. Yet they represented a new stage in the planet's evolution, the era of forming boundaries. Stone had begun to differentiate, to create shapes, to hold memory. It was in these early shapes that the world's breath became more organized. Gases rose from deeper regions into specific vents, forming distinct plumes that stretched into the sky like pillars of steam. These pillars drifted into the waiting clouds, feeding them, thickening them, bringing them closer to collapse. The air grew heavier, denser, more saturated with the chemistry of becoming. The sun, still fierce but filtered through the atmosphere, cast a muted glow that gave the world an otherworldly palette: dark purples, smoky reds, faint golds lingering at the edges of clouds that never revealed their true color. Shadows stretched across cooling stone, long and trembling, shaped by a light that seemed to struggle through its own exhaustion. In those shadows, moisture began to linger. Not rain, not dew, but the first true condensation. Thin films formed on the surface of rocks during brief moments when the air cooled enough to release what it carried. These films lasted only seconds before evaporating, but each second was a step toward the transformation the world was learning to accept. The planet exhaled, the sky thickened, the ground cooled, and water, still a memory, still a promise, waited for the balance to shift. Stone had begun to breathe, and through that breath, the earth was preparing for the deluge that would define everything that came after. The crust of the young earth thickened slowly, like an old scar learning to hold its shape. Beneath it, heat still surged and retreated in long, uneven pulses, but these waves no longer erupted through the surface with the same violent certainty they once did. Instead, they softened against the strengthening shell above, forcing the planet's breath to seep upward through gentler pathways. In these pathways, stone became something more than stone. It became a vessel holding, releasing, remembering. As minerals cooled, they rearranged themselves into intricate lattices that trapped molecules within their structures. Water, carbon dioxide, sulfur, and countless other gases settled into the tiny spaces between atoms, becoming prisoners of cooling rock. But no prison is eternal. Over time, pressure from the depths and shifting temperatures coaxed these gases free, pushing them upward in inaudible sighs. The world was filled with these sighs, They rose from cracks in the crust, from the edges of cooling plains, from the steep throats of dormant volcanoes. They came quietly, trailing thin columns of vapour that curled into the air before dissolving into the larger storm above. Some vents hissed softly, as though whispering to the sky. Others exhaled warmth in rhythmic bursts, creating small pockets of turbulence that stirred the heavy atmosphere. Each exhalation fed the clouds. The sky responded with growing heaviness, thickening into layers so dense they seemed carved from smoke rather than vapour. The weight of these clouds pressed downward, compressing the air until every movement felt slowed, as though the world were drifting in a dream it could not wake from. The sun, filtered through this immense canopy, appeared only as a pale orb, its former fury muted into a gentle, unfocused glow. But despite its gentler appearance, it still provided enough warmth to keep the atmosphere in constant motion. Winds curled beneath the clouds, flowing across the surface in sweeping arcs that stirred dust, carried ash, and spread vapour. These winds shaped the land in ways stone alone could never achieve. They weathered cooling lava fields, wearing them down with sand and mineral fragments carried like invisible blades. They gathered heat from the ground and delivered it into the sky, where it pushed against the growing layers of cloud. They lifted vapour from steaming vents and tossed it into the upper atmosphere, thickening the storm ceiling even further. The world moved in a cycle of breath and erosion, slow, rhythmic, unending. In this cycle, small valleys began to appear. They were not carved by rivers. Water still did not linger long enough to shape anything, but by the shifting of the crust and the passage of winds. These depressions collected heat during the day and released it at night, creating pockets of air that cooled faster than the land around them. And in these pockets, something remarkable happened. Condensation lingered longer. Thin films of moisture formed on rocks, sliding across their surfaces like the first attempts at remembering the shape of water. These films shimmered under the dim light, fragile and brief but real. They left behind microscopic patterns on the stone traces of dissolution, tiny marks where minerals yielded to liquid. For the first time, the earth was not shaped only by fire. Water, even in the faintest suggestion of liquid, had begun its work. Stone reacted in small but meaningful ways. Certain minerals dissolved slightly when touched by temporary moisture, leaving behind thin residues that changed the texture of the surface. Others expanded or contracted, forming cracks that widened with each cycle of condensation and evaporation. These processes, invisible in the scale of human sight, were monumental in the scale of a planet learning to hold water. The crust's breath grew more complex. Steam carried minerals upward, depositing them on the surface, where they cooled into new formations. Gases reacted with sunlight, creating chemical shifts in the upper atmosphere that thickened it further. Ammonia combined with water vapour, methane broke apart, carbon dioxide drifted in thick waves. Everything, from the deepest mantle to the highest clouds, was part of a single, slow transformation. The earth was becoming a world that could cool, and cooling is a kind of remembering. The mantle, though still blazing beneath the crust, began to release heat more slowly. Its molten currents moved deeper within the planet, no longer breaking the surface as easily. This allowed the crust to gain thickness regions of sturdier stone, where heat could not pierce through as quickly. These regions expanded over time, spreading like islands across the glowing sea beneath. On these islands, the ground held shape long enough to gather the earliest forms of permanence. Cracks deepened into troughs, elevated ridges stretched farther. Basins formed not from impact, but from the shifting and settling of stone as it cooled and contracted. These basins would one day cradle oceans, but for now they held only silence and heat. Above them, the sky swirled with vapour denser than ever, darker than ever, and trembling with the weight of water waiting to be released. The atmosphere had become a reservoir suspended above the world, held in place only by temperatures that, though falling, had not yet fallen far enough. The earth lived in anticipation. It was a planet holding its breath between eras, caught between the age of fire and the age of water, between the memory of molten beginnings and the promise of oceans. And in this waiting, stone breathed. Slowly, quietly, endlessly. Each exhalation changed the world a little more. Each breath brought the sky closer to breaking. Each whisper of vapor carried the future in its invisible trail. The balance was nearing its tipping point. The clouds were nearing their collapse. The crust was nearing the moment when it could finally receive the sky's gift. The world had begun to settle into a rhythm, not a calm rhythm, not yet, but one that hinted at continuity, as if the planet were learning the cadence of its own existence. The crust thickened and thinned in shifting patterns, breathing in slow expansions and contractions that echoed the heat still moving beneath it. Every tremor, every sigh of steam, every quiet release from the mantle shaped the surface in ways too subtle for the fire-born chaos of earlier ages. Stone was no longer a fleeting visitor on a molten planet. It was becoming the foundation of everything that would one day grow from it. Across this forming crust, vents exhaled constantly. The gases that rose from them were warm, sometimes hot, but not the violent bursts of an earlier world. They carried with them the scents of minerals, sulfur, and invisible traces of water. These exhalations gathered in the air, adding to the thick, heavy atmosphere that pressed close to the ground like an immense unseen tide. The sky darkened as the storm ceiling grew denser. Clouds layered themselves upon one another, bound by the immense weight of unshed vapor. They stretched across the horizon in an unbroken canopy, an ocean of water held aloft only by heat that was losing its command. Lightning pulsed within the clouds like distant thought. Each flash revealed the swirling interior of the storm currents of vapor curling in slow, monumental dances. It was within these layers that the world's future oceans waited, suspended between sky and earth. Beneath this sky, stone continued its transformation. The cooling crust formed new minerals, some stable, some fragile. Silicates trapped water within their crystalline structures, holding it like ancient secrets that would one day be released into the atmosphere. Iron oxidized faintly in places where moisture lingered longer. Basaltic plains hardened into dark expanses that stretched toward the horizon, their surfaces cracked in patterns that resembled the earliest lines of a map. These cracks were not merely fractures, they were pathways. Through them, heat escaped. Through them, vapor traveled. Through them, the earth exhaled. In some places, water vapor emerged at temperatures low enough to condense briefly on cooled rock. Thin droplets clung to the stone before vanishing, their existence marked only by the faint traces they left behind. These traces began to accumulate in patterns. Minerals dissolved in tiny increments. Surfaces shifted texture. Erosion, still delicate and slow, began its ancient work. Where condensation lasted the longest, stones developed thin veils of mineral residue, whispers of salt, flecks of silica, tiny crystals forming at the boundaries between vapor and rock. These residues shaped the surface, creating microstructures that caught additional moisture for a moment longer each cycle. Moisture gathered where stone invited it. The earth, unknowingly, was preparing itself. Winds continued to sweep across the surface, carrying both heat and ash in relentless currents. They funneled into depressions, carving them deeper. They swept across ridges, smoothing their edges. They lifted dust from volcanic plains and settled it elsewhere, adding thin layers to the ever-changing surface. These winds shaped the world into forms water would one day follow. The earliest channels' shallow grooves formed by dust and gas hinted at the shape of future rivers. The slightest dips in the crust hinted at the shape of lakes. The broad basins formed by slow cooling hinted at the shape of oceans waiting to take form. But for now, they held only heat. Heat that escaped upward in trembling distortions. Heat that kept the sky from falling. Yet even this heat was waning. Not rapidly, not dramatically, but undeniably. Night, once indistinguishable from day in its molten glow, now carried a deeper shade of darkness. The crust, cooled enough to lose its constant incandescence, absorbed the dimness and reflected little of the sky's faint light. In that growing darkness, stars flickered through gaps in the clouds, brief glimmers of clarity piercing the shroud of vapor. Their light fell upon stone still warm but slowly surrendering its brilliance, and the stone responded by breathing more deeply. Gases escaped from deeper layers at a slower, steadier pace. They no longer burst upward in fits of energy. They rose like the long exhale of something settling into itself. The atmosphere thickened further with each breath, layering itself with the chemistry that would one day cradle oceans. Carbon dioxide collected in heavy bands near the ground. Water vapor clung to ash particles suspended in the air. Methane drifted in swirls through the lower sky, reacting with sunlight in faint, shimmering dances. As these gases accumulated, they formed a complex balance, a balance fragile enough to shift with the cooling of a single ridge, yet strong enough to shape the planet's future. The crust thickened, the mantle's heat withdrew deeper, the sky grew heavier with water it could no longer hold, and then something subtle, almost imperceptible, began to change. The lowest layers of cloud sagged closer to the ground. They brushed the tops of cooling ridges, wreathing the land in fog so dense it moved like liquid. This fog lingered where past ages would have scorched it away in an instant. It collected in basins. It rolled across plains. It sank into valleys that cooled faster than the land around them. These valleys filled not with rain, but with the memory of rain. Water could not yet fall, but it could gather in the air and cling to stone and linger long enough to leave behind something new. A world that had once known only fire was beginning to learn the shape of moisture, and moisture was learning where it belonged. Stone inhaled heat. Stone exhaled vapor. Stone learned patience. The breath of the earth grew slower, deeper, steadier. Each exhalation thickened the sky. Each cooling night loosened fire's grip. The planet was preparing quietly, steadily, unceasingly for the moment when condensation would no longer vanish, when droplets would descend and remain. The crust beneath the drifting fog grew thicker with each passing age, layering itself like pages of a book the earth had not yet learned to read. Cooling came in waves, slow, uneven, and interrupted by the planet's internal heat, but the direction was clear. Fire still ruled, but its reign no longer went unquestioned. Stone had found a voice, a rhythm, a breath. And through that breath, the world began to reshape its destiny. Vents that once erupted with molten fury now opened with quieter intent. From them came long, rising streams of warmth, columns of vapor that swirled upward like ancient prayers whispered toward the sky. These plumes carried traces of minerals dissolved by heat, particles of dust lifted from the deep, and water vapor escaping from the slow cooling of the mantle. They fed the atmosphere from the ground up. The sky responded by pressing down. The lowest clouds sagged heavier, their undersides expanding, thickening, darkening. They stretched across the entire horizon, heavy enough to dim even the sun's fierce brilliance. The sun's rays struggled through the dense vapor, scattering into dull silhouettes of light that made the world feel permanently suspended in twilight. And in this half-light, stone breathed differently. Heat no longer surged upward in violent bursts. Instead, it seeped through new cracks formed by the slow cooling of the crust. These cracks created intricate networks, mazes of underground hollows where steam collected before finding its way above. From these hollows, vapor rose steadily, not as explosions but as steady exhalations, warming the air above without tearing it apart. This rhythm created an atmosphere layered with temperature. Warm air from vents clung close to the ground. Cooler air settled just above it, trapped beneath the weight of the sky. Between these layers, vapor condensed, not into rain, not yet, but into fog, dense, slow-moving fog that slid across the ground like water learning how to behave. Fog collected in low depressions. It sank into basins carved by the planet's earliest cooling cycles. It rolled over cooling ridges, wrapping them in shifting veils of grey. Wherever fog lingered longest, condensation thickened. Thin droplets formed on stone, clinging to its surface long enough to slide a few centimeters before evaporating. These droplets gathered dust, dissolved minerals, and left behind faint trails like threads of memory etched into the crust. Over time, these micro-trails shaped the texture of the land. Smooth surfaces grew rough. Rough surfaces grew pitted. Crystals formed along the edges of evaporating droplets, adding new textures to the evolving surface. Stone, once shaped only by fire, now yielded to water's first subtle touch. Winds swept across this textured land in wide, uneven arcs. They scraped moisture from the fog, lifting it back into the air. They gathered warmth from the ground and carried it into the sky, creating currents that tugged at the clouds. These winds were still wild, still driven by the imbalance between burning days and cooling nights, but they had softened in their own way. They no longer carried the fury of earlier ages. They carried possibility. Whenever the winds passed over volcanic vents, they picked up new plumes of steam. These plumes thickened the lower atmosphere, darkening the world further. The air grew so dense that sound travelled strangely, as though each vibration had to push its way through layers of water-soaked air. The landscape muted itself. Even eruptions sounded distant, muffled by the thickness of the sky. In this muffled world, stone cooled into new shapes. Layers of basalt spread across older flows, forming dark plains that cracked in sprawling geometric patterns. These cracks widened into channels where fog thickened and lingered. Over time, dust settled into them. Minerals dissolved from condensation left light traces along their edges. Each pattern became more intricate, more detailed, more permanent. These details were the world's earliest attempts at structure. Not permanence, nothing yet was permanent, but continuity. And continuity allowed the earliest hints of geography to form. Mountains still rose and fell within a single epoch, but their foundations lasted longer. Valleys deepened slowly, becoming recognizable hollows rather than temporary dips. The first plate-like fragments of crust drifted lazily atop molten layers beneath them, shifting shapes but not dissolving instantly. Stone was learning to hold its form. The atmosphere thickened with every breath. The sky carried more water than the ground could imagine. The balance between heat and vapor grew increasingly precarious. Beneath the clouds, the world waited in a tension too slow for any creature to feel, yet immense enough to reshape a planet. Each night cooled the land a little more. Each day failed to reclaim the heat entirely. Each breath of the earth added to the storm's ceiling. The faint films of moisture that formed on the ground lasted longer. Not seconds now, but long moments. Long enough to merge, to trickle, to gather. Tiny beads of water crawled across the cooling stone before surrendering to evaporation. They traced lines that deepened with each cycle. They collected in tiny pits, created by earlier droplets. They left behind patterns that grew more complex over time. These droplets were the first ancestors of rivers, not yet flowing, not yet free, but learning the shape of movement. Above them, the clouds swelled further. Their weight became intolerable. Their bodies ached with unshed rain. The world had entered an age where every breath of vapor mattered. Every cooling night mattered. Every whisper of moisture mattered. Stone inhaled the last remnants of fire. Stone exhaled the first ghosts of water. Stone prepared the earth for the moment when breath would become rain, and rain would become flood. The fog that draped itself across the young earth grew thicker with each passing age, wandering through valleys as if searching for a home it had not yet learned how to claim. It seeped into cracks left behind by cooling lava, rolled gently over basaltic plains, and clung to the edges of forming ridges like a memory that refused to let go. It moved slowly, with the patience of something ancient, something waiting for the world to cool enough to support the weight it carried. Within this fog, moisture gathered. Tiny droplets formed on dust particles suspended in the air, growing heavier as they collided, separated, and collided again. These droplets were the faintest echoes of future rain, too small to fall, too brief to endure, but present enough to shape the land with their passing touch. On stones that cooled fastest, condensation shimmered like a thin veil. It was an ephemeral presence, almost invisible, unless the sun, filtered through the thick sky, managed to brush it with its faint, broken light. When the light found these droplets, they flickered in fragile brilliance, glowing along the edges of rocks like dew caught in an eternal twilight. But the world was not yet ready to hold water. Heat still rose from beneath, steady and persistent, creating a barrier that kept moisture from staying long enough to gather into anything more than a fleeting film. Each droplet evaporated quickly, vanishing into mist that drifted back into the sky's waiting embrace. Even so, Stone remembered. Minerals softened slightly where moisture lingered. Textures changed. Surfaces eroded by inches too small for any future creature to perceive, but vast enough for a young planet learning the shape of transformation. Every change began in silence. Eruptions still occurred, but they were no longer the defining sound of the world. Many volcanoes slept between breaths, their molten hearts beating in a calmer rhythm. Their slumber allowed the crust to stabilize in places, creating platforms where fog could gather more deeply, linger more patiently. In these quiet zones, the fog became something more than drifting vapor. It became the first hint of climate, a pattern of cooling, condensation, evaporation, and return. The earth was forming a cycle, slow and clumsy, but unmistakable. A cycle of breath. Warmth rose, vapor condensed. Droplets formed, droplets vanished, but each time they returned just a little more prepared to remain. Stone inhaled this cycle, slowly reshaping itself under its influence. The surface grew darker where moisture touched it more frequently, as minerals reacted with water even in its brief existence. Basaltic plains lost their sheen, becoming matte and textured. Cracks deepened, edges softened, dust collected in sheltered regions, forming the first suggestions of soil still sterile, still barren, but different from the lifeless rock that came before. Fog shaped these earliest soils grain by grain. When droplets slid across dust, they carried tiny particles away, depositing them in lower regions. Over time, this movement created subtle patterns, natural lines drawn by water, too faint to flow, but persistent enough to guide. These faint channels were the Earth's first attempts at remembering where water wished to travel. The thicker atmosphere, now swollen with water vapor, pressed close to the ground, creating warmth trapped beneath clouds that darkened with every new exhalation from the vents. This warmth slowed the cooling of the surface, creating a delicate balance between heat rising from below and heat trapped above. Between these two forces, stone found stability. Cooling no longer happened uniformly. Some regions shed heat faster, growing firm and dark. Others retained warmth, glowing faintly beneath the fog. These differences created gradients, slow transitions from hot to cool, from glowing to hardened, from fluid to solid. These gradients determined where moisture lingered longest, carving the earliest landscapes not with water's force but with its persistence. Across the land, the air thickened further, heavy with gases carried from a mantle still simmering beneath the crust. Carbon dioxide drifted through the atmosphere in dense bands, mixing with methane and nitrogen to form a world rich in chemical potential. Water vapor, the most abundant of them, settled into every available space, rising and falling in cycles that grew more complex with time. These chemical layers reacted with sunlight in subtle ways. Though the sun's light reached the ground only dimly, it carried enough energy to shift the composition of the air. Methane broke apart. Ammonia reacted with vapor. Carbon dioxide thickened further, trapping warmth that slowed the planet's cooling even as the crust continued to strengthen. In this interplay between sunlight and vapor, the sky became deeper, more opaque, more willing to hold its weight. The lowest clouds no longer drifted. They settled. Their edges brushed the tallest ridges, leaving behind droplets that clung to the rock with surprising tenacity. Some droplets rolled downward under their own weight, gathering dust as they moved. Others pooled briefly in sheltered cracks before evaporating. These tiny pools were the Earth's earliest water basins. They were too small to be seen, too brief to endure, but they were real. They carried the shape of future lakes and seas. And stone patient, enduring stone responded. Every time a droplet touched it, stone softened by imperceptible degrees. Every time evaporation occurred, it left behind a residue of minerals, thin films of sodium, calcium, or silica that changed the rock's behavior in the next cycle. Layers began to form. Not of sediment, not yet, but of alteration chemical fingerprints left by the earliest contact between fireborn stone and the faintest breath of water. The world stood in the threshold of change, balanced between fire's memory and water's promise. The crust thickened. The sky grew heavy. Moisture lingered longer each night. And stone, breathing through cracks and pores, prepared the world for a transformation carried in vapor, waiting for the moment when the sky would finally surrender its weight. Night on the young Earth unfolded like a slow exhale, releasing the heat held from the dimmed sunlight that struggled through the storm ceiling during the day. But night was not cold, not yet. It was merely quieter, a subdued glow instead of a roaring furnace. Beneath the darkened sky, the crust continued to cool in pulses, shaping the land inch by inch, breath by breath. And in that cooling, the world learned patience. Stone, once a fleeting appearance on a molten surface, now held its shape through the long twilight hours. The cooling crust thickened enough to withstand the weight of fog rolling across it, enough to endure the soft condensation that formed along its fractured lines. These fractures became the Earth's earliest boundaries, deep, intricate gifts from the slow contraction of cooling rock. Through these boundaries, the breath of the planet released itself, not as violent eruptions, but as soft plumes of vapor. Steam drifted upward from countless fissures, collecting into sheets of warmth that hovered close to the ground before merging into the sky's dense canopy. These plumes fed the storm above, thickening the atmosphere with every breath, making the world feel as though it were wrapped in its own rising memory. And memory is heavy. The sky carried this heaviness with reluctance. Clouds sagged, their lower edges unravelling into ribbons of vapour that clung to the tallest ridges. These ridges, small, uneven, and newly cooled, bore the weight of the first true contact between stone and condensed water. Droplets formed along their edges, trembling in the dim light, then slid downward in thin, hesitant paths that traced the earliest shapes of descent. These paths, though shallow, represented something monumental. They were the first lines carved by water, moving across the surface of the earth. The droplets evaporated almost immediately, but the lines remained. Thin grooves etched into cooling basalt, faint as a whisper, yet undeniable in their presence. These grooves became templates, shapes that fog and moisture returned to again and again, like rivers rehearsing their future flow. The earth, for the first time, was learning the anatomy of erosion. And erosion, even in its gentlest form, is a teacher. Where moisture touched the rock most frequently, minerals weakened. Where evaporation occurred, crystals accumulated. Where fog lingered, the surface cooled faster. Where heat persisted, stone remained resistant. Every breath of the planet shaped these differences deeper. During the day, the dim sunlight warmed the upper fog layers, creating subtle currents that pulled vapour upward. At night, the cooling of the land drew the fog back down. This dance, rising and falling, warming and cooling, was the world's first atmospheric circulation, crude, clumsy, unstable. But it was enough. It created pockets of moisture where none had existed before. It created shadows that cooled faster than their surroundings. It created places where the air condensed a little more deeply, a little more willingly. On the sides of forming ridges, fog thickened into curtains that clung to stone long enough for droplets to merge into larger beads. These beads rolled downward in lazy trails before vanishing, carving the faintest impressions of gravity's pull. Gravity, too, began teaching the world how water would one day behave. In the depths of forming basins, heat escaped into the dense atmosphere above them, allowing the ground to cool faster than the surrounding plains. These basins became cold traps where fog gathered in blankets so thick they seemed to pool like fluid. The fog swirled slowly, responding to subtle drafts shaped by temperature differences, leaving streaks of moisture across the stone. The basins darkened, not from light, but from contact. The stone had begun absorbing the idea of water. Above these basins, the sky swelled with vapour, heavier than ever, burdened by the breath of a world learning to cool. Lightning flickered inside the cloud layers, illuminating their depths with sudden brightness. Thunder rumbled, muffled by the dense air, rolling across the land like the distant shifting of mountains. The storm ceiling was reaching its limit. For countless ages, it had held the water exhaled from molten stone. For countless ages, heat had risen from the crust to push it back. For countless ages, the balance had held. But balances do not last forever. Stone continued to thicken. Fog continued to linger. Moisture continued to carve its earliest traces. The sky continued to swell. And beneath it all, the mantle grew quieter. Not cold, not for a long, long time, but quieter. Its heat no longer broke through the crust with relentless violence. Its pressure no longer shattered the land as easily. Its exhalations softened into steam rather than flame. This quieting changed everything. The crust cooled faster. Droplets lasted longer. Fog grew deeper. Condensation thickened. What had once evaporated instantly now lingered for moments. What had once lasted moments would soon last minutes. What lasted minutes would soon gather. The earth stood on the precipice of a transformation carried not by fire, but by breath, a transformation whispered in fog, etched in stone, held tightly in the weight of a sky that could no longer bear what it carried. Stone had learned to breathe, and through that breath, the world had prepared itself layer by layer, sigh by sigh, for something vast enough to reshape everything. Soon, the sky would release its burden. Soon, the first true rain would fall, not as a whisper, but as an age, and stone, patient and knowing, waited for water to finally touch it and stay. Chapter 2 ends here. It fades into the age where breath becomes rain, and rain becomes flood. The sky had grown impossibly heavy. For ages, it had carried the breath of a cooling world, vapours rising from vents, fog lifted from darkened plains, steam escaping from cracks that wandered across the crust like ancient scars. Layer upon layer of moisture gathered above the earth, thickening into a canopy so dense it no longer resembled clouds, but something deeper, something almost oceanic. It pressed downward with a weight the young planet could no longer ignore. Beneath this trembling sky, the ground cooled slowly, its glow fading like the last ember of a long-burning fire. The crust, once thin and fragile, thickened into something steadier, a foundation capable of receiving more than fleeting traces of water. The fog that had danced across its surface for countless ages now clung to it longer, refusing to vanish as quickly as it once had. And in that lingering, the world changed. Stone, shaped by fire, now shifted beneath water's faintest touch. Its surface roughened in the places fog gathered most. Its cracks deepened where droplets paused before turning to vapour. Its minerals softened where condensation pooled in shadows. These were small changes, almost unnoticeable in the vast silence of geological time. But they signalled a transformation, the slow surrender of fire to something gentler and infinitely more patient. The sky felt this surrender. Clouds darkened, their bellies swollen with vapour that no longer drifted freely. Lightning flickered through their depths, illuminating swirling layers of water waiting to fall. Thunder grumbled in distant murmurs, moving through the dense air like the slow shifting of buried mountains. Each flash, each echo, signalled a tension that stretched across the world. The sky could not hold itself together much longer. The atmosphere had become a reservoir, an unfathomable storehouse of water suspended above a planet that still remembered only fire. Every breath of vapour released from the ground added to the pressure. Every cooling night brought the clouds lower. Every moment of condensation hinted at what was coming, and the world waited beneath this growing weight, unaware of how close it stood to drowning. In the deepest basins, those that had formed where the crust cooled fastest, fog pooled so thickly it resembled water already. It moved slowly across the stone, flowing into depressions, collecting against ridges, drifting like tides before the world knew what tides meant. These fog tides carried the earliest suggestion of motion, as though the sky were rehearsing the act of becoming ocean. The ground beneath these fog pools cooled faster still, and cooling ground invited moisture. Droplets gathered along the stone in clusters, trembling with their own weight. At first, they vanished as quickly as they formed, but with each passing age, they lasted a little longer, long enough to trickle down the sides of rocks, long enough to merge with neighbouring droplets, long enough to carve faint trails that deepened each time the sky condensed. These trails wound downward in slow spirals, following the pull of gravity that water had only begun to understand. They formed the earliest patterns of flow, ghost-like paths that existed only for moments, yet etched themselves into the stone with surprising persistence. But these were still only rehearsals. The real rain had not yet come. It began with a cooling so subtle it might have gone unnoticed if the world had eyes to see it. A night arrived, one of countless nights where the heat rising from the crust weakened just slightly more than usual. The air, no longer fed by that constant upward warmth, dropped in temperature. The clouds, heavy and strained, felt this shift. Their lower edges rippled, sagging downward as if breathing out for the first time. Droplets formed inside their depths, not tiny trembling beads like before, but real droplets, clusters of water large enough to feel the pull of gravity, heavy enough to fall. They grew larger, fed by vapour merging into them, layer upon layer, like small worlds forming within the sky. They fell. At first, just a few. then more. Then so many that the sky darkened beyond its own darkness. They plummeted through the dense atmosphere, gathering speed, ignoring the heat rising from the ground. This first rain evaporated soon after it began, vanishing in great hissing clouds of steam as it met the warmth of the crust. But the sky had already committed to its release. The balance had shifted permanently. The rain returned, heavier, louder, more relentless. The second rainfall lasted longer than the first, sending steam surging over the land in great rolling waves. Droplets struck the cooling plains in bursts of white mist, scattering minerals, chipping at stone, darkening its surface with fleeting wetness before vanishing back into vapor. And still the sky released more. Every droplet that fell cooled the air slightly. Every burst of steam carried heat away from the surface. Every moment of contact weakened the crust's hold on its ancient warmth. Cooling accelerated, condensation intensified, clouds swelled with renewed urgency. The world trembled beneath the weight of a storm it had spent millions of years creating. Rain became downpour. Downpour became deluge. Deluge became something deeper, heavier in age. Not an event. The sky had begun to fall, and it would not stop. For millions of years, water would pour from the heavens in a single, unbroken descent, erasing the last remnants of the molten world beneath it. The age of fire was dying. The age of water was awakening. The first true rain fell with a trembling uncertainty, as if the sky itself doubted what it had become. But uncertainty could not withstand the weight of vapor gathered over ages. What began as scattered droplets soon grew into curtains of falling water, dense, unbroken, and impossibly heavy. The clouds no longer held their burden. They surrendered it, and the earth, after its long fever, felt water touch it and stay. Droplets struck the darkened plains in bursts of steam that rose like ghosts fleeing the ground. They hit cooled basalt in soft hisses, evaporating instantly. But even through that evaporation, the world shifted. Heat bled from the crust as steam escaped. Stone cooled faster than ever before. The brief moments of contact gave water just enough time to leave its mark, thin trails of dissolution glistening on the rock before vanishing into vapor. These trails deepened with every falling drop. They spread like veins across the surface, tracing the earliest paths water would one day follow with ease. Each line was a memory etched in moisture, fragile, temporary, yet cumulative in its persistence. As the rain intensified, the air grew thick with steam. It curled upward in vast rolling waves, blending into the storm above and feeding the downpour even further. The sky became a cycle unto itself, water falling, rising, condensing, falling again. It was an unbroken loop, a world caught between drowning and evaporation. But the ground continued to cool, and cooling changed everything. The crust no longer glowed beneath the rain. The reds and oranges of molten plains dimmed into blacks and deep purples. The faint shimmer of heat bent upward, but weaker, fading with each new downpour. With less heat rising, droplets began to survive longer. They struck the earth with softer hisses. They lingered briefly before evaporating. Some even remained long enough to join with other droplets, forming thin streams that curled down cracks and ridges like the world's first rivulets. These rivulets were quiet, almost hesitant, as though water itself was learning how to move across a land that had never known anything but fire. In low basins, the earliest puddles appeared. They were tiny, mere patches of shimmering liquid no wider than a shadow, but they mattered. Each puddle cooled its surroundings, encouraging more moisture to remain. Each drop that entered these shallow pools added to their weight, their depth, their persistence. The earth was beginning to hold water. Above, the storm grew. The clouds, once a tangled ocean of vapor, merged into a single planet-wide shadow. Lightning flickered through the depths of this shadow in endless flashes, illuminating the deluge from within. Thunder rolled across the land in long, muffled waves, vibrating through the thick air with a slow, resonant hum. The world no longer remembered silence. Wind churned through the storm, pushing sheets of rain across vast plains. These winds were slower than in earlier ages, not because they had weakened, but because the air had grown too heavy to let them travel freely. They sculpted the rain into waves that moved across the land in rhythmic pulses. Across hardened ridges, rain drove minerals from their surfaces, washing them into the lowlands. Across cooling lava fields, water spread in thin, trembling sheets before dissolving into steam. Across the deepest basins, puddles became pools, and pools slowly grew. Stone yielded, very slowly, very quietly. But it yielded. Rifts formed from the contraction of cooling crust, now collected water instead of fire. Rainwater dripped into these cracks, pooling in their depths before evaporating. Each cycle widened the rifts, preparing them for the torrents that would eventually carve them into canyons. And all the while, the rain intensified. What began as droplets became torrents. What became torrents became walls of falling water. What became walls became something ancient and absolute, a storm with no beginning and no end. The sound of rain became a constant presence, a soft roar, endless and exhaustive, blending with distant lightning and the hiss of steam. It was a lullaby written in water and heat, its rhythm shaping the world whether the world understood it or not. The crust continued to thicken beneath this weight. As it cooled, its fractures multiplied, those fractures filled with rainwater. Each drop that seeped into the cracks carried heat with it, cooling the crust from the inside as well as from the surface. The world cooled faster than ever before. The rain responded with more rain. Clouds darkened further. Lightning flashed more frequently. Thunder echoed more deeply, resonating through the thickened air with a sound like stone grinding against stone. The planet was changing beyond recognition. The molten plains had begun to vanish beneath the deluge. Their brightness faded first into dull red, then into black, then into nothing at all. Vast regions of the surface, once oceanic in their scorching glow, now lay dark beneath an endless curtain of water. The fire that once defined the world withdrew deeper into the mantle, leaving the crust to shape itself under a flood that refused to rest. Every drop that fell pushed the earth closer to a moment from which there would be no return. A moment when water would not simply touch the world, but claim it. And still, the rain fell. It fell as though the sky had waited too long to release its burden, as though the entire history of vapor rising from molten stone now returned all at once. The storm had become a world, and the world was becoming something new. The rain had found its rhythm. It fell in unbroken streams, thick, heavy, determined, as though the sky had finally understood the purpose of its long, patient suffering. What had once been a trembling attempt at rainfall now became a vast, continuous descent, connecting heaven and earth in shimmering columns. Every surface trembled beneath its touch. The ground, once too hot to accept even the gentlest droplet, now cooled enough for water to linger before it vanished. The cooling was patchy and uneven, but it was real, and wherever the rain found coolness, it settled with greater confidence, carving the first honest impressions upon a planet that had never known anything but fire. Across the darkened plains, rainwater pooled in shallow depressions, each pool a fragile cradle holding liquid for a moment longer than the last. These pools multiplied. They merged, spilled over, vanished, reformed, all in the span of breaths too vast for creatures to one day comprehend. But each cycle marked the beginning of something irreversible. Water was learning the landscape, and the landscape was learning water. Steam no longer rushed upward in overwhelming columns. It drifted instead in slow, curling sheets, ghosts of the world that had been, reluctant to abandon the sky even as the rain claimed the ground below. These sheets rose quietly, dissolving into the enormous canopy of storm clouds above, feeding the deluge that returned upon the land in endless loops. The whole world had become a single, rotating breath. Every drop that fell cooled the crust a fraction more. Every fraction mattered. Every fraction deepened the storm. The newly forming crust, though still soft in places, now held broad stretches of solid basalt dark plains that spread outward like the cooled ashes of a forgotten fire. Rain struck these plains with a sound softer than thunder, but more persistent. It was the rhythm of creation disguised as erosion. Ridges, which had once glowed red beneath the sky's stormy glow, now stood dark and trembling. Water rolled down their sides in ribbons that gathered minerals along the way, carrying them into deepening basins. These minerals, dissolved and transported, marked the beginning of something else, something quiet and chemical that would one day shape the ocean's earliest complexities. But for now, the world was water and stone, struggling toward balance. In the lowest regions of the crust, where basins cooled faster than their surroundings, rain pooled in sheets that no longer vanished instantly. The heat beneath them still pushed upward, but not with enough strength to erase the water immediately. These shallow pools hissed with gentle anger, a final protest from the heat imprisoned beneath the young crust. Yet heat was losing. The rain had simply become too vast, too heavy, too persistent. The steam rising from these shallow pools created shimmering curtains across the landscape, blurring ridges, shadows, and distance. Everything seemed softened, as though the world were wrapped in a haze woven from its own transformation. In this softened world, the basins began to deepen further. Not by fire this time, but by water. Every raindrop that fell into a basin stirred the minerals within it. Every rivulet that entered carried dust scraped from ridges and plains. Every dissolved crystal added weight to the gathering pools. Weight added depth. Depth gathered heat. Heat created currents within the water, shaping movement. Movement shaped the world, and still the rain fell. Clouds swelled beyond anything the earth had ever known. They reached from horizon to horizon, moving slowly across the planet's surface like a single, immense tide. Lightning flickered within them, though the light rarely escaped the canopy's thickness. When it did, it revealed a world unrecognizable, no longer dominated by fire, but by shadow and water. Thunder rolled across the planet in long, muffled waves. It no longer sounded like violence. It sounded like surrender. The rain had become the new force of erosion, carving pathways into the cooling crust pathways that deepened with each passing hour, each passing age. These channels grew into miniature rivers, threading through the stone with growing determination. They merged in lowlands, whether or not basins had time to form beneath them. The rivers remembered their paths, and stone yielded to their memory. Elsewhere, where volcanic vents still breathed their final warmth, rain danced across glowing surfaces, exploding into clouds of steam that rose in twisting spirals. These spirals fed the storm above, thickening it further. The atmosphere became a closed circuit of water rising and falling, as though the planet were breathing through its skin. But even the wildest heat could not reverse the cooling now underway. Each drop of water stole heat as it became steam. Each plume of steam rose, carrying that stolen warmth into the sky. Each ascent removed energy from the surface forever. The crust cooled faster, basins deepened further, rivers carved more confidently. What had begun as sporadic rainfall had become a world-drenching downpour. And then, a moment arrived, not a single moment, not sudden, but real. Puddles became pools. Pools became ponds. Ponds became the earliest proto-lakes. These proto-lakes gathered in the largest basins, pooling into bodies of water too large to evaporate immediately. They shifted with wind and steam, rippling regardless of their temporary nature. Each ripple was a tremor of water, finding identity on a world that had fought it for so long. Above them, the storm grew darker still. The canopy of clouds pressed downward, so low in some places that it brushed the tops of forming ridges. Fog and rain mixed into a continuous sheet of moisture. The boundary between sky and earth became blurred, one falling into the other, one rising to meet it. Nothing now separated them but heat, and heat was fading. The earth was no longer a world of fire waiting to cool. It was a world cooling toward water, and the sky, relieved of its impossible burden, continued to empty itself with an intensity that would last for millions of years, long enough to fill the deepest scars of the planet with water deep enough to be called ocean. But for now, it was only rain. Rain without end. Rain without mercy. Rain that shaped everything it touched. The rain fell with a persistence that seemed older than the land it touched. It hammered softly at first, then steadily, then overwhelmingly until the sound of falling water became the only sound the world could hold. Each droplet carried the memory of the sky's long burden, and each burst of steam carried the planet a step closer to a future shaped not by fire, but by flow. The ground, once a seething ocean of molten stone, now trembled under these new movements. It did not tremble with fear or violence. It trembled with change. Rainwater flowed across the darkened plains, weaving between ridges and settling in wide, expanding depressions. These depressions formed by impacts, cooling contraction, and the slow shrinking of a crust that no longer blistered, constantly became cradles of something new. Water gathered within them, pulling minerals from the stone in thin, drifting wisps. These minerals stained the water faintly, tinting its surface with colours that glowed beneath the storm ceiling, like muted echoes of the fire that once ruled this world. Water cooled faster than stone, and stone, when cooled by water, changed even more quickly. In the shallow basins where proto-lakes formed, the water churned with heat rising from below. Steam rose in thick pillars, twisting upward into the low sky. These pillars merged with the falling rain, forming columns of vapour that flickered in and out of sight. The surface of the forming lakes boiled softly in places, not from violence, but from the last remnants of a world learning to surrender. And still, the rain fell. With every drop that reached the cooling land, the balance tipped further. Heat fled upward in thin, dissolving plumes. Moisture lingered longer on the ground. Pools extended themselves across new surfaces, connecting in channels that widened with each passing moment. These channels formed naturally, guided by the subtle slopes and curves of the crust, shaped by the deepest basins, and pulled by gravity that water was only beginning to obey. They braided across the land, twisting into networks that resembled veins carrying the first circulation of a planet awakening into its next age. The largest of these networks carved their way toward the lowest basins. They drove minerals downward, depositing traces of early sediment along the path. They etched ancient lines into the stone lines that would one day become scars of geological memory. Even in their infancy, these channels behaved like rivers. Not constant, not stable, but real. They responded to rainfall, growing wide during downpours and shrinking when steam took back what the sky had given. They dissolved the ground, particle by particle, grain by grain, drawing the earliest shapes of drainage systems the world would one day recognize. The earth had entered a new era, the era of flow. Flow transformed the world more quickly than fire ever had. Fire shattered, fire melted. Fire created and destroyed in violent cycles. But flow endured. It moved with patience. It carved slowly, beautifully, inevitably. And the rain, endless as it was, taught the land how to yield. Ridges softened under its constant pressure. Sharp edges blurred into rounded slopes. Cooling plains cracked more deeply where water pooled into narrow channels. Basins expanded, their borders dissolving as water seeped into stone weakened by the weight of the storm. Where once eruptions defined the horizon, now distant sheets of falling water shaped it. The glow of molten rivers had retreated into the mantle, leaving the surface dark, so dark that lightning became the only light that touched the land. When lightning tore through the storm, its brilliance illuminated the world in silvery glimpses. It revealed the swelling basins. It revealed the widening rivers. It revealed the fog drifting above young lakes like breath rising from a slumbering giant. In those flashes, water looked ancient, as though it had always belonged here. Thunder followed low, heavy, rolling across the land with the resonance of deep, shifting stone. The sound felt less like the sky speaking, and more like the world listening. And beneath the storm, the ground continued to cool. As cooling deepened, evaporation decreased. As evaporation decreased, rainfall endured longer. As rainfall endured, the basins filled. One by one, the young lakes grew. They spread outward into the edges of adjacent plains. They joined with neighbouring basins, merging into broader, deeper reservoirs. Their surfaces smoothed into mirrors that reflected nothing but falling raindrops striking in endless, concentric ripples that merged and disappeared beneath the flood. These lakes, though still shallow, represented the earliest breath of ocean. They were not yet stable. They boiled in places. They evaporated in others. They drained through cracks into the still cooling mantle at times. But each day, each epoch, they returned larger than before. Rainwater reclaimed every depression, every hollow, every fractured plain, and the sky no longer resisted. It no longer surged or paused or hesitated. It simply continued to fall. Rain became the world's blanket cooling, dissolving, softening everything it touched, and as the surface grew darker, the air grew clearer in a way that could never have been predicted. The storm ceiling, now nourished by rising steam rather than violent eruptions, began to shift from thick, choking vapor into more structured layers. The clouds formed deeper pockets of condensation, creating gradients from dark storm floors to lighter, brighter heights. These gradients created pressure differences, and pressure differences created wind. The wind, strong but muffled by the heavy air, began to guide the rain. It pushed sheets of water across the dark plains, carving the first sweeping gestures of future storms. The earth had become a world of rainfall, sculpting landscapes not yet ready to hold them. A planet washed clean of its molten past. A sphere, wrapped in water, waiting to become ocean. The age of fire had faded into memory. The age of water had only begun to speak. The rain no longer arrived in waves. It simply existed, falling with the certainty of gravity itself, as though the sky had forgotten any other way to behave. The world beneath it softened under the constant descent, its surfaces reshaped in the slow patience of water learning how to claim a planet. Every drop that touched the ground left behind a faint echo. Every echo deepened the land's surrender. In the broadening basins, the pools that once flickered in and out of existence now lingered. Their surfaces, no longer rippling with heat, spread outward with each new rainfall, weaving themselves into the land like quiet, growing shadows. These shadows grew deep enough to absorb the light that filtered through the cloud cover, turning mirror-smooth surfaces into dark, breathing fields of liquid. They were the first waters the earth could call its own. Steam no longer roared from the plains. It drifted in soft, curling sheets as the world cooled further, rising into the storm ceiling with a gentleness that echoed the crust's surrender. These rising mists carried the last warmth of a dying, molten era, disappearing into the layers of cloud, where lightning pulsed like distant memories. The glow that once defined the land beneath the fog now disappeared entirely. No more molten rivers snaked across the plains. No more shimmering lakes of lava reflected the storm's flashes. The world had traded its firelight for water's shadow, and in that shadow, new shapes took form. Rivers, real rivers, began to appear. Not permanent, not yet, but inevitable. They formed where rainfall exceeded evaporation, where the ground had cooled enough to allow water to gather, where the natural slopes of the crust guided it into motion. These rivers carved their way through the softening stone, etching deeper channels with every surge of rainfall. What had begun as faint grooves in the land now became pathways wide enough to redirect the flow of entire regions. Water moved with purpose. Stone yielded with time. The rivers snaked through the forming valleys, carrying minerals, dust, and fragments of stone into the basins below. Each fragment became part of a new cycle, sinking, dissolving, settling, beginning the earliest forms of sedimentation, long before life would ever exist to witness it. Sediment changed the color of the forming lakes. It gave them a muted depth. It thickened their waters with the memory of mountains dissolving into grains. Mountains, though nothing like the towering giants that would one day shape continents, stood in faint silhouettes beneath the rain. These proto-mountains were ridges of cooled basalt rising unevenly from the plains. They strained against the storm, their dark bodies shedding water in sheets that cascaded into the valleys below. Every ridge, every slope, every depression became part of a world reorganizing itself under the weight of unending rain. As the storm persisted, the atmosphere underwent its own transformation. The constant rain carried heat downward while lifting steam upward. This exchange created a balance that stabilized the air into layered currents, warmth rising from the ground in slow exhalations, cool moisture descending from the sky in relentless sheets. These layers began to shift horizontally, pulled by pressure gradients forming in the thickened air. Winds took shape slower, deeper winds that moved like underwater currents rather than the sharp gales of the fireborn world. These winds bent the rain. They guided it across the plains in swirling motions. They carved spirals into the falling water, blurring the line between sky and earth so completely that the world seemed to rotate within a cloak of liquid. Lightning still flickered, but it no longer ruled the world. Its light was muffled by the thickness of the clouds. Its thunder softened by the density of the air. The storm had entered a new phase. Not chaotic, not violent, but absolute. It was a calm, overwhelming dominance. An age where water existed without pause, where the sky and earth spoke only in rainfall, and through that rainfall, the world shed its past. The crust thickened until it no longer cracked open under the weight of water. Volcanoes quieted further, their final breaths lost beneath the storm. Lava fields grew cold and dark, hidden beneath new layers of erosion. The mantle's heat retreated deeper, allowing the surface to hold what it had never held before. Water began to gather in quantities large enough to persist. In the largest basins, proto-lakes deepened into primordial seas. Their surfaces widened with each passing age, reaching outward toward the edges of neighboring basins. Every collision of one growing sea with another erased the boundaries between them. The world was beginning to collect itself, not as isolated lakes, not as scattered pools, but as the earliest outlines of ocean. The rain thickened further, as if celebrating its own triumph. Never-ending sheets fell with a force that seemed soft yet undeniable. They filled every hollow, every channel, every crack in the crust. The earth, once a planet of glowing stone, now became a planet of falling water, and the water began to win. As the storm entered its deep ages, days too vast to be called days, nights too long to be called nights, the landscape surrendered completely. Basins overflowed, valleys drowned. The largest plains vanished beneath rising water. Only the tallest ridges remained above the flood, dark silhouettes jutting into the storm like ancient ribs of the world. But even they would not remain. Not forever. The rain had time. More time than stone could resist. The earth had begun its transformation from fire to flood, from glowing plains to dark seas, from breath to ocean. The world drowned slowly. Not in violence, not in chaos, but in a quiet certainty that unfolded over millions of years. The rain fell, and fell, and fell, until the sound of water became the pulse of the planet itself. With each passing age, the surface sank deeper into the embrace of the storm, surrendering its molten memory to something softer, colder, and infinitely more patient. What fire built in haste, water reclaimed in silence. The tallest ridges, once jagged silhouettes against a sky of fire, now stood as dark islands rising from a landscape of liquid. Rain hammered their summits, tracing their edges, wearing down their sharpest angles. Water gathered in the hollows between them, creating swirling eddies that pulled fragments of stone downward, carving deeper troughs that filled as quickly as they formed. The land no longer shaped the water shaped the land. Currents began to form in the largest basins, slow, deliberate currents born from the interaction of cold rainfall and the last remnants of warmth rising from the mantle. These currents moved through the proto-seas with the grace of breath, circling, drifting, carrying minerals and dissolved stone across the darkening waters. The minerals settled again. They formed layers. They shifted the color of the seas from clear darkness to muted hues of mineral green and smoky blue. These colors deepened with time. Thunder continued to roll across the world, but it no longer sounded menacing. It seemed to echo through the growing oceans, vibrating through their surfaces like the low hum of a planet settling into its new identity. Lightning pierced the thick canopy of clouds, striking the emerging seas with bursts of brightness that rippled outward in trembling rings. For a moment, each strike illuminated the flooded world in stark white, a world reborn not by fire, but by water. The rain never paused long enough to allow stillness. Every droplet contributed to the rising flood, filling valleys that once struggled to hold even fog, drowning plains where molten rivers once glowed, and pushing the forming seas farther across the surface. The ridges shrank beneath the rising water. Some disappeared entirely, swallowed by the ever-deepening flood. Others held on longer, their peaks worn smooth by constant rainfall, their slopes carved into gentle curves that descended into watery obscurity. The world had lost its harshness. It no longer burned or tore itself open in molten fury. It softened under the weight of water, adopting a new kind of beauty, one shaped by erosion, reflection, and the quiet persistence of rain. Storm clouds still blanketed the atmosphere, but subtle changes had begun within them. They had grown lighter, not in colour, but in structure as the balance between evaporation and rainfall shifted. Steam no longer surged upward with the raw power of earlier ages. It drifted instead, mingling with the falling water in delicate exchanges. The storm that once felt eternal now began to resemble something cyclical, still endless, still overwhelming, but evolving in its intensity. Rain fell in waves, not because the sky weakened, but because the world below learned to hold it. The Earth's crust had thickened enough to support the weight of accumulating water without fracturing open. Its internal heat now escaped in the slow exhalations of steam rising from underwater vents rather than in catastrophic eruptions. The oceans forming above these vents churned with mineral-rich water, feeding the earliest currents that circled the planet. These currents deepened the seas further. They carved the edges of submerged ridges. They expanded basins. They redistributed heat across the flooded world. The planet was no longer cooling only at its surface. It was cooling through its oceans. And the oceans grew. They stretched outward in shimmering sheets, consuming the last remnants of land that protruded from their depths. Some ridges resisted longer, standing as lonely silhouettes against the endless storm. But eventually even they surrendered, dissolving under the relentless touch of falling water. One by one, the final islands sank. Their disappearance marked the end of the Earth as it once was, a world of fire, ash, and glowing stone. Below the storm, a new world had taken shape, a world wrapped in water, a world defined by depth rather than blaze, a world whose surface had become a single, planet-wide ocean. The rain did not stop when the land disappeared. It continued, feeding the young oceans, deepening them, stirring their surfaces with constant impact. Millions of years of downpour fell into the waiting sea, each droplet joining a vast memory forming with every passing moment. Eventually, quietly, gradually, the balance shifted. The surface had cooled enough. The oceans had deepened enough. The atmosphere had thickened enough. Rain still fell, but it no longer needed to flood the world. It fell because gravity allowed it. It rose because evaporation demanded it. It cycled because the world had found equilibrium between sky and sea. The deluge slowed, not stopped, only softened. The age of flood faded into the age of oceans, and the earth, for the first time, carried the weight of water not as burden, but as identity. The world that had once glowed red beneath a sky of fire now rippled in dark blue beneath a sky of storms. The rain had quieted, but its memory remained everywhere. Across the surface of the young earth, water stretched in dark, trembling sheets, an unbroken expanse so vast it blurred the horizon, a mirror reflecting nothing but clouds upon clouds. The storm canopy still hung low, its underside glowing faintly with the trapped warmth of a world still cooling. But the ferocity of earlier ages had softened. Rain no longer fell with relentless force. It drifted now, in long, delicate curtains, as though reluctant to surrender the dominion it once held. Beneath this softened rainfall, the first oceans breathed. They were shallow compared to the depths they would one day reach, but deep enough to hold darkness within them. Warm darkness, mineral-rich, restless darkness. The water churned gently, stirred by heat rising from volcanic vents buried beneath the surface. These vents exhaled softly now, not with the roaring violence of ages past, but with the steady, quiet patience of something learning to rest. Columns of warm water rose from these vents, carrying dissolved minerals upward in shimmering spirals. The minerals drifted through the young ocean like dust in light, swirling slowly before settling again to the depths. Their gentle descent marked the beginning of sediment, the first whispers of a seafloor learning to gather memory. Above these warm spirals, the ocean's surface rippled. Not with waves, there were no true waves yet. The winds were still heavy, slowed by the density of the atmosphere. But there were motions, a soft trembling created by raindrops, by steam escaping the deep, by the planet's own rotation. Ripples spread outward in concentric rings that merged and disappeared into the vastness, their echoes fading into the liquid horizon. These patterns, though faint, marked the earliest breath of the ocean, learning how to move. The light that filtered through the storm ceiling was muted, dim, bruised, tinged with colours shaped by a sky still heavy with vapour. Sunlight entered the world as a soft glow rather than a sharp beam. It diffused across the surface of the water, creating a blurred canvas of grey-blue, where sky and sea blended into one indistinguishable expanse. There was no dawn yet, not truly. Only a gradual brightening, a suggestion of morning, a slow shift in the colour of the clouds. But within that suggestion lay the promise of transformation. As the storm quieted, the atmosphere began to reorganize itself. Layers of cloud separated, forming distinct heights. The lower clouds remained thick, hugging the water's surface in drifting sheets of mist. Above them, higher layers moved more freely, responding to winds shaped by temperature differences along the planet's surface. These winds carved the sky into broad, sweeping currents that began to guide moisture across the planet in patterns far more graceful than the chaos of earlier epochs. The ocean listened. Its surface responded to these movements. It trembled where winds brushed against it, forming the earliest suggestion of tides, even though tides themselves did not yet exist in the form the world would someday know them. The moon, still young, still bright, still closer to the earth than it would ever be again, pulled gently at the surface of the ocean. Its gravity created small bulges in the water, barely perceptible but real. These bulges moved with the moon's orbit, drawing delicate motions across the surface. The first tides were born in silence. The ocean's surface lifted and fell in slow, patient breaths, not enough to carve coastlines, not enough to rearrange basins, but enough to teach water the rhythm of celestial influence. Below the surface, the world glowed faintly. The vents scattered across the seabed illuminated the water from beneath with the dim orange of lingering warmth. Around them, minerals crystallized into strange formations, jagged, towering shapes that rose from the seafloor like the first architecture of the ocean. These structures, though harsh in form, held their own beauty, a beauty shaped by mineral breath, by chemical whispers, by the quiet patience of pressure and heat. Water swirled around them, carrying warmth outward, cooling as it drifted into the wider ocean. Cooler water sank, warmer water rose. A cycle began slow at first, gentle but persistent. The ocean was learning circulation. This circulation carved invisible pathways through the water, connecting regions of warmth and cold in sweeping motions. These motions mixed minerals across the ocean, spreading the chemistry that one day would form the foundation of something more, something alive. But that time was distant, still hidden beneath countless ages. For now, the ocean was a dream unfolding, not yet aware of what it would become. The sky above softened further. The storm that had once ruled the world now drifted in a quiet dance between evaporation and rainfall. Moisture rose from the ocean, forming new clouds. Rain fell from those clouds, feeding the ocean again. The cycle became gentle, rhythmic, balanced. This balance allowed light to filter through the atmosphere more easily than before. The world brightened. Shadows formed where none had existed. The ocean reflected the faint glow of an emerging dawn, not a true sunrise, but the first step towards something like it. And in the dim reflection shimmering across the water's surface, the earth saw itself for the first time, not as fire, not as storm, not as molten glow, but as ocean. A world learning to be calm. A world learning to hold memory. A world learning to breathe not in flame, but in tides. The age of water had entered its first tranquil breath. The oceans waited quietly at the edge of dawn, listening for the light that would one day break the sky open. The storm softened further, as though the sky itself were exhaling after an age of strain. No longer did rain fall with the endless urgency of the deluge. Instead, it drifted in slow, wandering sheets, thin veils of moisture carried across the water by winds that had finally learned restraint. Beneath this gentler sky, the oceans deepened. Their surfaces spread outward with a calm certainty, expanding into every hollow the world offered. Their edges pressed quietly against the last fading ridges of stone, submerging them with patience rather than force. The tallest peaks, once proud silhouettes rising from the molten plains, now appeared as faint shadows beneath the surface, ghosts of the world that had existed before the flood claimed everything. Even the ridges that remained above water stood transformed. They were no longer jagged monuments carved by volcanic fury. The rain had smoothed their edges. Waves, still shallow, still newborn, licked at their flanks in gentle motions. Mist clung to their peaks, swirling around them in translucent halos that glimmered faintly beneath the diffused light. The world felt softer, as though wrapped in a shroud of quiet. And quiet, in this new age, held its own kind of power. The oceans inhaled the calm, drawing warmth upward from the vents below and releasing it slowly into the cooling air. This breath warmed the lowest clouds, lifting them slightly. The separation between sea and sky grew a little clearer. The horizon long lost behind the density of storm returned as a thin, trembling line. A line between water and cloud. A line between memory and possibility. On the surface, ripples formed where winds brushed the ocean with delicate fingers. These ripples travelled outward endlessly, merging into a texture of motion that covered the entire world. They were small, fleeting, but they carried a rhythm unlike anything the earth had known before. A rhythm defined not by fire, but by fluidity. Beneath the surface, darkness stretched downward in soft gradients, warm near the vents, cooler farther away. The water was not yet clear. It shimmered with minerals carried from the depths, particles suspended like drifting stars in the ocean's quiet body. When light filtered through the clouds and entered the water, it scattered in muted beams. These beams drifted lazily downward, illuminating currents, stirring shadows, creating shifting patterns that moved across the seafloor like wandering thoughts. The ocean had begun to dream. It dreamed of depth. It dreamed of movement. It dreamed of becoming something more than a mirror for the sky. The seafloor, meanwhile, continued to transform. A mosaic of cooling basalt spread beneath the water, its once molten surface blackened and textured by minerals settling from above. Shallow ridges rose in places where lava had hardened unevenly. Columns formed around vents, shaped by minerals precipitating out of the warm water. These columns grew over time, rising like ancient towers in the depths. Strange, silent pillars, shaped by chemistry rather than erosion. They swayed gently in response to currents that moved across the seafloor, each movement subtle but persistent. These currents spread warmth throughout the ocean, carrying it away from the vents in slow spirals. They drifted upward, mixing with cooler water. They circled the world, creating invisible pathways that linked one region of the ocean to another. Water, for the first time, moved with purpose. Above the surface, the winds strengthened slightly as the atmosphere balanced its new layers. Warm air rose from the water, drawing cooler air downward. This movement created slow, sweeping breezes that guided moisture across the planet. The rain that fell now did not erase the ocean. It replenished it. Condensation formed on the underside of the clouds, dripping gently. Evaporation rose from the surface in shimmering waves, forming new clouds that drifted into the vast sky. The water cycle, the great breath of the planet, had begun. Each breath carried the memory of the flood. Each exhale whispered the promise of calm. Each inhale deepened the oceans a little more, and slowly the world brightened. Light filtered through the storm ceiling in brighter patches. The clouds thinned in places, revealing glimpses of a paler sky. The muted glow grew softer, gentler, more refined. For the first time since the world cooled, it felt as though dawn might truly return. But this dawn was not like the fiery mornings of the planet's early life. It was quieter, softer, born from water rather than from flame. It stretched across the horizon, in subtle gradients, cool greys shifting toward hints of blue, pale gold hiding behind layers of cloud. The oceans reflected this muted light, turning their surfaces into shimmering fields that looked almost metallic. When the winds moved across them, they formed long, sweeping motions, proto-waves rising and falling like the Earth's chest in the gentlest breath. The sight was neither sunrise nor daybreak. It was something in between, a threshold, the threshold where a storm-battered planet learned the calm of water, where fire's memory sank beneath the surface, where the first glimmers of clarity began to emerge through the atmosphere, where the ocean, vast and newborn, waited for light to find its way home. This was the edge of dawn, a moment held between the memory of flood and the promise of light. Dawn did not arrive all at once. It seeped into the world the way warmth seeps into chilled stone slowly, quietly, without declaring itself. The sky, long concealed behind the endless storm, began to thin in scattered patches, like worn cloth revealing faint hints of what lay beyond. These patches did not brighten the world immediately. They simply softened the darkness, allowing a cooler glow to settle across the waters, a glow shaped not by fire, but by distance, by light travelling through layers of cloud and vapour, by a sun learning how to greet a world now blanketed in ocean. The ocean felt this shift before it understood it. Ripples on the surface stretched farther, their edges touched by a light so faint it seemed imagined. The water shimmered in muted tones, each wave catching the glow and bending it into reflections that drifted across the stillness. It was not brightness. Not yet. It was awareness. And awareness is its own beginning. Far beneath the surface, warmth still rose from vents, creating gentle currents that climbed toward the light. As they ascended, the currents cooled, mixing with the surrounding water in slow spirals. These spirals carried minerals upward, flecks of iron, sulfur, and silica that glimmered briefly when they met the weak glow filtering through the new sky. The ocean was no longer a uniform darkness. It held gradients, layers, shadows shifting beneath shadows. These layers moved with the planet's rotation, pulled gently by the moon's enormous gravity. The moon was closer then, large and luminous, though mostly hidden behind clouds. Its pull shaped the ocean's surface in subtle bulges, small rises and falls that drifted across the globe. The first tides continued their quiet dance. Their movement was still too delicate to carve shorelines or shift continents, but they whispered to the water nonetheless, teaching it how to follow the pull of something distant, something steady, something ancient. The ocean listened. Near the edges of forming basins, where remnants of stone still broke the surface in scattered ridges, the tides created tiny motions that gathered and receded, gathering and receding. These motions shaped the earliest coastal forms, softening the edges of rock, dissolving minerals into the surrounding water. Coastlines began to blur, not in the way they would millions of years later, with precision and drama, but as softened transitions, stone surrendering to water, water lifting pieces of the world and carrying them into its depths. Sediment accumulated. Minuscule grains, carried from dissolving ridges, drifted downward through the water in slow, careful descent. They settled on the seafloor in thin layers, pale, dark, a growing archive of the planet's transformation. The seafloor thickened with memory. Above, the sky continued its slow revelation. The upper layers of the storm stretched into thinner sheets, allowing more light to filter downward. This light, though still dim, cast the world in a new kind of clarity, a soft, silvery illumination that revealed the vastness of the ocean with gentle precision. The horizon no longer dissolved into cloud. It sharpened, just slightly, enough for the boundary between sea and sky to return. It was a quiet returning, as if the world were rediscovering a forgotten line. Below this line, the ocean moved with newfound steadiness. Small waves formed true waves, shaped not by steam or eruption, but by wind. The winds had learned balance. They travelled across the surface, in long, sweeping currents, pushing the water before them. Each push created a rise. Each rise became motion. Each motion echoed outward, a soft reminder that water had begun to respond to the world above. The waves were small, no higher than the height of a memory, but they stretched across vast distances, carrying energy quietly, persistently. The ocean was learning rhythm. These rhythms deepened with every passing age. Wind carved long furrows across the water. Rain softened into mist, then returned as drizzle, then rose again in evaporation. Warm currents rose beneath cooler ones. The tides pulled, the planet turned, the moon circled. Everything moved. Everything responded. Movement, even in its gentlest form, shapes worlds. In the places where underwater ridges rose close to the surface, sunlight, what little there was, reached the upper layers of water with enough strength to scatter into soft radiance. This radiance danced across rock still cooling beneath the waves, illuminating minerals like tiny stars trapped beneath the sea. The world had not seen light like this in ages. It was faint, filtered, fragile, but it was dawn beginning to take shape. Above the clouds, the sun continued its ancient journey across the sky, though the world below saw only its softened echo. The light that reached the ocean was enough to brighten the mist, to lift the fog, to allow shadows to form, thin, wavering shapes cast by ridges that still broke the surface. The shadows moved with the early waves. They stretched, they shortened, they dissolved, they returned. It was as if the earth itself were practicing the concept of mourning, and in this dim, muted practice, the oceans felt something akin to peace. A planet that had once glowed with molten fury, once drowned in endless rain, now rested beneath a sky that whispered instead of screamed. Everything had slowed, everything had softened, everything had opened. The world stood on the verge of clarity, not quite day, not quite night, but the tender threshold between. The oceans at the edge of dawn waited for the moment when light would finally break through and reveal what they had quietly become. The world drifted through an age of softened light, wrapped in a half-dawn that neither fully brightened nor fully dimmed. The sky above no longer thundered with endless storms. It murmured instead, a quiet, rolling breath that stretched across the young planet, like a blanket of changing colour. Under this softening canopy, the oceans deepened into themselves. Each day, or what passed for day, brought slightly more clarity. The clouds thinned a little more. Light filtered downward with a faint increase in warmth. The sun, still distant behind the layered veil, cast a glow that trembled upon the surface of the water like the suggestion of gold, though muted and pale. It was a delicate transformation, a world waking slowly from the fever of creation. The ocean responded to this gradual brightening with its own quiet changes. Waves grew more defined, moulded by winds that strengthened as the atmosphere learned to circulate. These winds, no longer weighed down by the storm's oppressive burden, travelled farther and faster, brushing the ocean into movement. The waves travelled outward in long, sweeping motions, carrying the faint memory of wind across distances that once lay silent beneath unbroken sky. These motions shaped the early language of the sea, a language spoken in rise and fall, in pulse and glide, in the merging of countless small ripples into larger forms. Still, the waves were gentle. They did not crash. They did not roar. They simply moved, quietly, endlessly, as though translating the breath of the atmosphere into a rhythm the ocean could understand. Beneath the surface, the growing clarity of light revealed details that had once been lost in complete darkness. Minerals shimmered faintly in the water, catching the diffuse sunlight in soft glints. Columns rising from hydrothermal vents cast long shadows across the seafloor. Basaltic formations, cooling remnants of ancient lava flows, stretched like frozen rivers at the bottom of the world. The ocean floor, once chaotic and molten, had matured into a landscape of quiet complexity. Crevices cut through the seafloor like ancient scars. Ridges rose and fell in slow, undulating patterns. Sediment drifted downward in gentle rain, settling into layers that resembled pages of history written in mineral dust. These layers thickened with time. They captured the memory of every dissolved ridge, every mineral-laden current, every surge of rain that fed the waters from above. The ocean was becoming an archive, a vast, quiet library where the story of the planet settled grain by grain. And through this gathering memory, the world cooled further still. The atmosphere, once impossibly thick, gradually shed some of its weight. Steam from the surface no longer added as much moisture as before. The sky released more than it received. Clouds lifted higher, forming tiers that allowed brief, faint bursts of light to reach the ocean with surprising clarity. These moments were fleeting, but meaningful. They marked the return of contrast. The first shadows on the water since before the flood began. Shadows moved across the surface in trembling patterns, cast by clouds drifting overhead and by ridges still rising from the ocean's embrace. These shadows marked the beginning of perspective, the beginning of space. The world was rediscovering shape. Where once everything blurred into fire or storm, now lines formed. Edges softened, then reappeared. Contours of emerging coastlines revealed themselves in glimpses. Not yet the continents and islands of later ages, but their earliest whispers. The ocean brushed against these shapes with patient waves, tracing their outlines as though learning the geography that would someday guide its tides. The moon's pull became more pronounced. With the atmosphere lighter and the ocean deeper, the gravitational tug of the moon stirred the water more effectively. Tides swelled. They rose and fell with soft precision, drawing water inward and pushing it outward, carving the earliest hints of shorelines against the submerged land. The tides left marks on the seafloor, delicate undulations etched into the sediment, echoing the rhythm of the celestial dance above. These marks remained, even as new layers of sediment settled atop them, preserving the memory of motion in the quiet language of the deep. Above the water, winds gathered strength as the world cooled unevenly. Warm air rose from the ocean's surface. Cooler air descended from the thinning clouds. This exchange created broad, sweeping currents that circled the globe. These currents shaped the early climate, nudging moisture across vast distances and guiding clouds toward regions where they would release their gentle rain. The rain that fell now was soft, a faint echo of the ancient flood, a steady rhythm rather than a deluge. Its droplets met the ocean without steam. They blended instantly, becoming indistinguishable from the great body below. The cycle had found balance. Evaporation rose in shimmering curtains. Condensation gathered in drifting clouds. Rain returned in long, quiet streaks. Nothing fought for dominance anymore. Water simply moved, and in moving, it shaped the world. The first glimmers of dawn stretched across the horizon, thin beams of diffused light turning the surface of the ocean into a field of dim silver. The world was learning to glow again, not with the fire of molten stone, but with the reflected breath of a calmer sky. The ocean accepted this light, held it, softened it, returned it in rippling motions that travelled farther than any river ever could. This was the threshold between storm and sunrise, a moment suspended between ages, where the world stood still, just long enough to recognize itself. Light continued its slow descent into the world, not in beams or brilliance, but in softened gestures, stretched across clouds, reflected across water, woven into mist. It arrived the way a whisper arrives, with presence but not insistence, touching the edges of the ocean as if careful not to disturb its growing calm. The ocean welcomed this faint illumination with ripples that travelled outward in quiet celebration. Each ripple held the glow for a moment, lifting it, shaping it, sending it onward like a message carried across a vast and patient surface. Beneath this trembling light, the ocean deepened its breath. Water cooled at the surface, sank, rose again near the warmth of hydrothermal vents, and mixed with the mineral-rich currents of the deeper sea. This circulation, slow, layered, rhythmic, became the heartbeat of the world. Not yet strong enough to define climate, not yet structured enough to shift continents, but strong enough to keep the young ocean moving. Movement, no matter how soft, is the beginning of change. The seafloor responded to these slow currents in quiet transformations. Minerals dissolved into the water, precipitated again in new places, forming thin crusts and strange structures around vents that still exhaled their dwindling heat. These structures grew upward like mineral towers, layered with chemical memory. Rings of iron, veins of sulfur, crystals shaped by pressure, by darkness, by the faint warmth rising from the mantle's fading sigh. They stood as silent monuments in a world without eyes, markers of the deep's first architecture. Above them, the darkness held gradients. Bands of warmer, lighter water drifted above cooler, denser layers. These invisible boundaries shifted with temperature and circulation, forming the earliest stratification of the ocean. Stratification allowed the sea to hold memory. Warm water carried minerals upward, cold water carried them downward. Between these layers, subtle chemical dialogues formed, exchanges that would one day matter in ways unimaginable at the time. But for now, they were simply quiet motions in a world trying to settle. The surface reflected the sky with increasing clarity. Clouds still hung low, but they now carried texture, light and shadow, depth and motion, patterns drawn by winds travelling across a world finally cooling enough to host them. Winds sculpted the clouds into layered forms, wide, pale shelves. Stacked above darker foundations, their edges glowing faintly where sunlight seeped through. The horizon brightened just enough for the sea to catch the light in trembling glints. Each glint was absorbed, transformed, returned as a soft shimmer that rippled across the water. As light increased even slightly, evaporation followed. Thin veils of vapor lifted gently from the ocean's surface, rising through the atmosphere in slow spirals. These veils merged with higher clouds, adding to the growing balance between sky and sea. Rain returned in soft, rhythmic patterns, no longer a flood, no longer an assault, just a presence, a gentle rejoining of ocean and cloud. Droplets fell quietly onto the water, creating small, fleeting dimples that faded as quickly as they formed. These dimples travelled outward as soft rings, merging with other rings, shaping the surface into a canvas of fleeting patterns. The rain cooled the ocean further. The ocean cooled the air. The air lifted the clouds. The clouds revealed more light. It was a cycle of opening. And with this opening, clarity began to emerge. The clouds, though still thick, shifted subtly in colour, from deep greys to muted blues, from smoky purples to hints of silver. The world was rediscovering tone. Beneath this shifting palette, the ocean stretched without interruption. It covered continents not yet formed, filled rifts not yet settled, flowed across plains that would one day hold mountains. Only the highest peaks broke the surface, their dark forms rising like the last memories of a world before water. These peaks softened under constant erosion, the whisper of waves, the persistence of rain, the pull of tides. Their edges grew round, their angles disappeared, their surfaces darkened as minerals dissolved and drifted away, carried by currents that pulled everything toward deeper water. The ocean was claiming its world. Where peaks still rose above the surface, mist clung to them in swirling banners. This mist, lit from behind by the faint glow of filtered sunlight, created halos that shimmered against the horizon. Each halo marked a place where land still resisted surrender, places that would not last. The tides, strengthened by the moon's pull, reached higher. They lapped at the edges of these peaks, pulled water into crevices, washed over ridges that had stood for millions of years. Erosion continued, pebbles loosened, dust dissolved, fragments broke away and sank, and the sea rose, not by dramatic leaps, but by steady breaths. The rising water erased the last boundaries of the early world, bringing the surface closer to the sky, smoothing the curvature of the planet, until ocean and cloud reflected one another in endless symmetry. This symmetry defined the edge of dawn, a world caught between storm and clarity, between hidden light and returning day. The sky was no longer a ceiling of darkness. It began to glow, softly, quietly, but unmistakably. The oceans reflected this glow, sending it outward in rippling waves, as if the world were learning to shine gently from the inside out. The glow that seeped through the thinning clouds no longer felt like a distant rumour. It drifted across the horizon with quiet certainty, gently brightening the surface of the ocean, as though the world were preparing itself for the idea of morning. This light, soft, muted, filtered through layers of vapour, touched the waves with a fragile grace. Each crest gathered the faint glow and spread it outward, a shimmer stretching across the water, like a silver breath released from a sleeping giant. The ocean accepted this light with reverence. For millions of years, it had known only darkness and storm, a world shaped by heat and flood, constant motion without clarity. Now, the waters stirred beneath the softening sky, responding to light as though remembering something older than fire. Light does not need brilliance to matter. It only needs presence, and its presence began to change everything. The upper layers of the atmosphere, now cooler and less burdened by steam, allowed more sunlight to pass through. Still dim, still scattered, but enough for the world below to feel its difference. Warmth returned to the ocean, not from below, but from above. This warmth brushed the surface in gentle gradients, creating subtle differences in temperature that the winds responded to with growing sensitivity. Winds circled the world with new purpose. They travelled farther. They shifted direction more freely. They shaped the surface of the ocean into patterns that grew increasingly complex, long, sweeping undulations, interrupted by moments of serenity. These patterns became the earliest true waves. They rose and fell with measured rhythm, responding to winds, to tides, to the rotation of the planet. They carried energy across vast distances, linking one horizon to another. In a language of motion, the world was only beginning to understand. The waves sculpted the last fragments of land. Tiny islands, peaks of ancient ridges barely breaking the surface, felt the water's influence in every moment. Waves brushed their sides, whispering against stones softened by eons of rainfall. Mist gathered around them in halos, shimmering briefly whenever light touched them. These islands became stepping stones for the ocean's rising memory. Etched markers of the world transitioning from land to water, from fire-born terrain to liquid expanse. And one by one, they disappeared. Not suddenly, not dramatically, but inevitably. Each wave carried fragments of stone into the depths. Each tide loosened minerals from their edges. Each rainfall dissolved them a little further. Eventually, only shadows remained beneath the surface. Dim, faded silhouettes of ridges that had once touched the sky. The ocean now held everything. It stretched across the planet without boundary, its surface curving gently in every direction. A single, uninterrupted mirror reflecting the slow awakening of light. Beneath this surface, layers of water shifted and settled in ever-changing patterns. Warm currents rose from hydrothermal vents. Cool currents descended into the deep. These motions, constantly interacting, shaped a quiet but persistent circulation system that spread minerals across the newborn sea. Minerals settled on the seafloor in drifting patterns, marking the earliest hints of ocean chemistry. Iron formed streaks of deep red across the sediment. Silica gathered in pale, fragile layers. Carbonates created thin shells of mineral snow that drifted down from the upper waters. These layers, almost weightless, yet accumulating endlessly, formed the first geological records of the ocean's birth. Above them, the water grew clearer, not transparent, that would take time, but clearer than before. As sediment settled and the ocean lost its storm-born opacity, light began to reach deeper. It illuminated drifting particles, small, shimmering specks suspended like stars in the quiet darkness. It cast faint shadows on underwater formations. It outlined currents in glowing streaks that drifted through the quiet blue. Blue, the world's first true colour, was beginning to appear. Not the brilliant blue of later ages, but a muted, ancient shade formed by water deep enough to absorb light and return only the softest hue. The earth, once red with fire, now glowed faintly blue beneath the thinning sky. Above this newborn colour, the clouds parted in the faintest gesture, not enough to reveal the sun, but enough to reveal direction, enough to show where light travelled from. The horizon brightened into a pale, trembling line, marking the promise of a true dawn the world had not seen in eons. The ocean responded with a quiet stirring, waves rising a little higher, ripples travelling a little farther, currents shifting in gentle anticipation. The world was learning to greet the sun again, but this dawn was not the blaze of early creation. It was not the firelight of a molten planet. It was a softer opening, a reintroduction of radiance, to a world remade by water. A world waiting for colour, waiting for clarity, waiting for warmth that no longer carried the violence of fire. The first true morning was drawing near, a morning that would reveal a planet covered in ocean, shaped by tides, alive with motion. And somewhere beneath those waters, the ingredients for something unimaginable were gathering in silence. Morning returned to the earth, not as a sudden brilliance, not as the piercing light that would one day define sunrise, but as a slow unfurling of colour, a pale shimmer emerging through thinning clouds, softening the darkness that had covered the planet for ages. The sky, once a sealed vault of storm, began to glow from within, not bright, not sharp, but gently, as though light were rediscovering the world, remembering how to fall upon water after so long wandering behind veils of vapour. This glow stretched across the horizon like a whispered line, a boundary between darkness and something that aspired to be day. And the ocean responded. Its surface shifted from shadowed grey to a muted blue brushed with silver. Each wave gathered the faint light in trembling arcs, lifting it toward the sky, before releasing it back into the vastness of the sea. Light danced across the water, not in bright reflections, but in soft murmurs, as though the ocean were learning how to shine. Beneath the surface, the world brightened by degrees. Particles suspended in the water caught the faint downward glow, scattering it into the depths in drifting beams. These beams dissolved quickly, lost in darkness, but each one carried memory, a memory of clarity the planet was just beginning to reclaim. The seafloor remained a realm of shadows, but even there, change began. Hydrothermal vents, once the primary source of light in the deep, now shared their glow with the faint illumination from above. Columns of warm water rose from these vents in shimmering spirals, catching the faint rays that reached the depths and bending them in soft, otherworldly distortions. Mineral towers around the vents shone briefly, flickers of reflected dawn, before the light dissolved into the surrounding water. The ocean was learning to be transparent, even if only slightly. Each drop clearing a little more, as sediment settled, as storms faded, as rain softened into mist. Above the water, winds moved with new intention. They carried warmth across the surface in sweeping paths, nudging the waves into gentle shapes. These winds borrowed their strength from the balance between day and night, a balance that had been impossible in the ages of endless storm. Now, with the sky thinning, light and darkness began to trade places again. Night cooled the air. Daylight warmed it. Wind rose between them. The winds shaped the ocean into something rhythmic, small waves finding their cadence across a world that had once been still. These waves travelled far, their edges glowing faintly where the light touched them. They traced the curvature of the planet, connecting distant horizons in a single movement. Each crest shimmered, each trough darkened, like breathing in liquid form. And in these quiet motions, the earth experienced its first suggestion of day. The sun itself remained hidden behind veils of vapor, but its presence grew undeniable. Color filtered through the shifting layers of cloud, pale gold, diluted lavender, softest blue, the first palette of dawn. It reflected on the ocean in trembling strokes, painting the surface with hues that changed each moment. As the clouds drifted overhead, the world was still dim, but it was no longer dark. In the sky, clouds rearranged themselves into scattered mosaics, some thick, some thin, some glowing faintly with sunlight, others still heavy with shadow. These clouds formed paths for the light, narrow corridors through which sunlight escaped in angled beams. These beams touched the water in scattered patches, circles of brightness on the ocean's surface, moving slowly with the wind and the turning of the earth. Where the light touched, the water warmed slightly, stirring tiny currents that rose upward in spiraling motions. This warmth created depth in the ocean, layers of temperature, layers of movement, layers of possibility. Possibility moves quietly, especially in a world not yet aware of what it is preparing for. Across the horizon, the faintest suggestion of a brighter region appeared, a place where the sun would eventually reveal itself. This region glowed with an intensity soft enough to be missed, yet undeniable once seen. The first sunrise in millions of years was beginning, not with a blaze, but with a subtle shift in contrast, a widening of colour, a deepening of tone. The ocean felt it first. It shimmered in anticipation. It moved with the gentlest urgency, as if preparing itself for a light that would one day define life. Deep beneath the waves, currents shifted, sediment settled, and the first quiet interactions between water and mineral began to shape chemistry in ways the world had never known. These interactions were not alive, not yet, but they carried the seeds of future complexity in their silent, drifting exchanges. Above them, the first light continued to grow. Its glow expanded across the sky, turning darkness into twilight, and twilight into the softest breath of day. The ocean mirrored this change, a world-sized mirror trembling with the promise of illumination. The first light on water had arrived, and with it, the world prepared to remember colour, warmth, clarity, and eventually, something more. Light gathered slowly, like dust settling in a long-forgotten room. It drifted through the thinning clouds, spreading in soft, pale currents across the sky, as though relearning how to move through this world. The ocean waited beneath it, not impatiently, but with a quiet, growing awareness, like a vast mind waking for the first time. Every ripple on the water's surface caught the faint glow, lifting it a little higher. before letting it fall back into the sea's wide body. These ripples became threads of reflected light, woven into a tapestry that shimmered across the planetary ocean, in shades of silver, grey, blue, and muted gold. The world had never seen gold before. Not truly. Not like this. As warmth drifting through water, as colour softening a horizon, as light beginning to breathe again. The horizon brightened into a delicate line, a thin band where sky and ocean touched, in an embrace too subtle for the storm ages that came before. This line marked change, not dramatic change, not sudden revelation, but the beginning of something gentle and immense. The warmth of that faint light touched the water's surface, awakening subtle temperature gradients. Warm water drifted outward, cool water sank, and the motions between them began to resemble the early heartbeat of an entire ocean coming alive with circulation. Below the surface, the world shifted in response. Currents, slow, tender, deliberate, began weaving through the deep, connecting regions of heat with regions of cold, stirring minerals that had rested undisturbed for ages. These minerals dissolved into the water, creating subtle gradients of chemistry. Iron, silica, carbon, sulfur, spreading slowly across the world like whispering threads. Above them, sunlight touched the shallowest regions in muted beams, not strong enough to brighten the depths, but enough to scatter across suspended particles and make them glow like drifting embers. The ocean no longer felt like a single, endless darkness. It contained layers of colour now, soft blue above, darker blue beneath, and at the bottom, shadows shaped by ancient stone. Colour is a kind of remembering, and the earth was remembering how to hold light. The clouds overhead continued to open in gentle increments. Warm air rose from the surface, lifting moisture with it, in long, spiralling currents that fed the sky. These spirals thinned the cloud layers, making room for more sunlight to descend. The process was slow, the work of countless days, but each day carried more light than the one before. The world's first real sunrise approached, not like an event, but like a tide, a gradual swelling, a soft rising, a quiet promise. Winds shifted in response to these changes. They travelled farther across the ocean's surface, pushing waves into more organised lines. These waves became longer, smoother, more confident. They carried the promise of future storms and future calm. They brushed against the last remnants of land, small stone peaks still protruding above the water, their edges smoothed to gentle curves by endless erosion. These peaks, though fading, caught the morning light on their wet surfaces, glowing in pale halos before the waves reclaimed them again. Each loss of land deepened the ocean. Each rise of water widened the horizon, and each widening of the horizon allowed the sky more space to unfold its light. The moon, too, played its part. Still close to the earth, its gravity lifted the ocean in long, slow tides that travelled around the globe. These tides shaped subtle patterns of motion, drawing water outward, pulling it inward, teaching the young sea the language of celestial pull. This language would become essential someday, but for now, it moved quietly within the rhythm of the world's first dawn. In deeper waters, the temperature difference between warm surface currents and cooler depths generated slow internal waves, vast, silent motions moving along the invisible boundaries between ocean layers. These internal waves shaped chemistry, distributed heat, and whispered the earliest foundations of what would one day become ecosystems. For now, they were simply movement, ancient breath in a world still learning to breathe. Above them, light spread further across the sky, turning the clouds from smoky grey to muted lavender, to a pale, tender warmth that hinted at the sun hiding behind them. This was still not sunrise, not in the way future worlds would define it, but it was the preparation, the slow opening of the planet to illumination, and on the ocean's surface, the first mirrored glow of true day began to appear. It shimmered faintly, caught in the crest of a wave, then vanished, then returned on the next wave, growing slightly brighter each time. It was as if the sea were practicing how to reflect the Sunday, the world that had once roared with fire and drowned in endless rain. now held the quiet tenderness of light, learning how to arrive. And the oceans, vast, patient, newborn, held that light with an ancient calm, as though they already understood what it meant to cradle possibility. Light continued its slow return, not as brilliance, not as certainty, but as a trembling suggestion cast across the surface of a newborn world. The ocean lifted that suggestion gently, wave by quiet wave, as though offering it back to the sky, a reminder that the planet still waited for morning, after ages spent beneath unbroken storm. Across the horizon, the glow deepened. It spread like breath, diffusing through mist, softening the last heavy shadows that clung to the thinning clouds. These clouds, no longer swollen with rain, no longer chained to the weight of endless vapour, began to stretch into longer, more delicate strands. They drifted apart in broad brushstrokes, leaving between them narrow windows of pale light. Through these windows, the world saw its first true hints of day. The light that entered was fragile, a simple unveiling of colour rather than shape. It washed across the ocean in translucent hues, faint rose, muted amber, blue so soft it felt imagined. The ocean returned these colours with a slow shimmer, turning the surface into a field of moving glass. Each ripple bent the light differently, drawing silent constellations onto the water that vanished before they could be named. Beneath the surface, the faint glow shifted the behaviour of currents. Warm layers rose with more insistence, carrying minerals upward. Cool layers sank more decisively, forming boundaries that folded into one another, like draped fabric resting on the seafloor. At these boundaries, delicate waves, internal waves, travelled quietly for thousands of kilometres. Invisible to the surface, they sculpted the chemistry of the ocean in patient sweeps, mixing minerals and heat into the beginnings of gradients that would one day nurture complexity. But for now, these motions were merely the ocean, murmuring to itself, learning rhythm beneath the newborn light. Near the seafloor, the last remnants of volcanic glow flickered in quiet patches. Hydrothermal vents exhaled their warmth, with a gentleness unknown in earlier epochs. Around them, mineral spires rose in strange architectures, catching the dim light that filtered from above. Like ancient pillars silhouetted in deep twilight, the ocean held no life yet, only possibility. But possibility moved with purpose. Minerals drifting through the water encountered each other in slow collisions, each collision shaping chemistry in new directions. Some minerals clung together, others dissolved completely. All of them contributed to a growing, quiet complexity that stirred at the edges of the deep. Above this silent chemistry, the surface world continued to brighten. Clouds thinned further, allowing more of the hidden sun's warmth to touch the water in delicate amber-tinted strokes. Wind brushed that warmth across the ocean, forming the earliest breezes that moved with confidence, rather than caution. These breezes carried the scent of a world growing stable, a world cooling not by force, but by balance. Balance is its own kind of dawn. In regions where clouds broke open more fully, the light grew strong enough to cast the first faint reflections of structures on the surface, ripples forming elongated shadows, waves glinting like polished metal, mist rising in silver threads. The ocean seemed to glow from within, as though it held its own source of light, in the undulating dance of its surface. Far across the horizon, the thickest clouds began to fade from storm grey to something gentler, a muted pearl, a washed lavender, a warm smoke blue flecked with pale brightness. It was not sunrise, but it was the border of sunrise, a threshold the world could finally see. The atmosphere shifted in response. Warm air lifted in rising currents, pulling moisture upward in spirals. These spirals formed new, higher clouds, thin, delicate strands of vapour that drifted at heights the earlier storm could never reach. Higher clouds reflect light differently. They scatter it more softly, and through their quiet scattering, the sky brightened further still. The ocean lifted its face toward this brightening sky with the gentle confidence of something, recognizing its own reflection for the first time. Near the disappearing peaks of submerged ridges, waves broke against stone in slow, rhythmic collapses. Each collapse eroded the rock further, breaking it into grains too small to resist the water. These grains drifted into the deep, becoming part of the ocean's widening memory. They settled in layers, sinking into the quiet darkness, layer by ancient layer. The seafloor thickened with these memories, a geological whisper stretching across thousands of kilometers, thin as ash, soft as silt, endless as time. And still, the light grew. It travelled across the surface in widening patches, turning the muted blue of the ocean into soft gradients of silver and gold. It cast a tender hue across the mist, painting it with the first true warmth ever felt on the newborn seas. This warmth shaped the wind. It shaped the waves. It shaped the balance the atmosphere had begun to learn. The world was preparing for something it had not seen since its earliest molten days. A moment when the sun would reveal itself fully, but this time the world would not blaze beneath its light. It would shimmer. The ocean waited, breathing in slow, widening waves for the day to arrive. In full clarity, light continued to gather along the horizon, pulling itself upward in thin, trembling strands that shimmered through the retreating mist. The sky, once sealed shut by storm, now opened in quiet increments, a slow, unfolding gesture, as though dawn were afraid to disturb the stillness the ocean had finally learned to hold. In that stillness, the first true pale warmth touched the surface of the sea. It did not shine. It did not flare. It simply arrived, as a softened presence, a faint radiance spreading through the morning haze, until the whole expanse of water seemed to inhale it. The ocean changed colour beneath this touch. Its muted blue deepened. Its greys warmed into something softer, and along the horizon, the water carried the first suggestions of gold, thin reflections trembling with every wave. This was the earliest memory of sunlight the ocean would ever know. Above, the thinning clouds drifted apart, in gentle, spiralling motions. Some stretched wide and thin, like veils pulled across the sky. Others hung in delicate clusters, glowing faintly as the hidden sun nudged them from behind. These clouds scattered the growing light, sending it downward in fragments, a mosaic of illumination that touched the ocean in shifting, fractured beams. Where these beams landed, the surface glistened, as though the water were covered in liquid glass. Waves lifted the fragments of brightness and spread them outward in soft arcs, painting the ocean in strokes of silver that appeared and vanished with the smallest motion. The world, for the first time, shimmered. Below the surface, the faint increase in light triggered new changes. Particles suspended in the water, tiny fragments of mineral, flecks of iron, silica dust, began to drift differently. Light nudged them, scattering them into slow, spiraling dances as they caught even the dimmest rays and bent them into softened glimmers. The upper layers of the ocean took on a gentle sparkle, as if constellations made of drifting dust had fallen into the sea. These sparkles faded quickly, swallowed by the deeper darkness, but each flicker carried the quiet promise of what light might become in this world. Warmth from above met warmth from below, in a delicate balance. Hydrothermal vents still glowed softly, exhaling currents that rose through the water, like smoke through the night air. But the light from above now descended far enough to meet these warm currents in the midwater depths, a place where darkness and glow mixed into a muted, swirling twilight. This meeting of light and heat created gradients of movement. Water flowed differently. Currents sharpened. Boundaries between layers shifted and reformed in slow, mesmerizing waves. The ocean had begun to wake. At the surface, winds continued shaping the water with newfound gentleness. They carried the warmth of the dawn glow across the sea in long, sweeping motions, creating waves that rolled with quiet confidence. These were no longer the hesitant ripples of earlier ages. They were true waves, formed by the interplay of wind and water, rising and falling in measured rhythm. Their crests caught the growing light and held it for an instant, before breaking into soft glimmers that faded into the deep. The pattern of waves spread outward across the entire ocean, linking horizon to horizon in a shared pulse. The world breathed with it. Along the last surviving ridges, small islands of stone barely breaking the surface, the waves touched the shorelines with gentle persistence. They wrapped themselves around the stone in slow, circling motions, leaving behind ridges of sediment and thin films of mineral residue that caught the morning glow. These residues glimmered faintly, revealing hints of pink, of soft gold, of pale green, colours reflecting the quiet chemistry, shaping the ocean. The ridges, softened by constant erosion, cast long shadows across the water. These shadows stretched and shifted as the waves rose and fell, creating a moving landscape of light and dark. Light and dark had returned to the world, as partners sharing the surface. Instead of competing for it, the horizon brightened further. A distinct band of pale brightness formed, thin, wide, unwavering. It whispered of something just beyond the clouds, something rising, something preparing to emerge. After countless ages of concealment, the ocean felt the approaching moment. Before the sky revealed it, waves slowed, wind steadied, even the ripples softened, as if the entire sea were holding its breath. Light intensified behind the clouds, a warm, diffused glow that soaked into the water, like dye dissolving in silk. Colours warmed, silvers deepened into gold, lavenders drifted toward rose, blue folded into brightness, layer upon layer. The world had reached the threshold of its first visible sunrise. Not yet the sun itself, only its presence, its promise, its approach. A world once lit only by fire and drowned only by rain was about to see clarity. The first light on water had grown, from a whisper into a quiet radiance, a radiance ready to open into something the earth had not witnessed in eons. The sky held its breath. A soft, widening glow pressed gently against the underside of the thinning clouds, as though the sun absent for ages were touching the world from behind a curtain, testing the strength of its own return. The ocean, spread across the planet like a single living mirror, sensed this change. Its waves rose and fell with unusual steadiness, each crest shimmering with the faint warmth of a light still hidden, each trough darkening into deeper blue, as though preparing itself for the moment illumination would descend fully. This balance, between brightness approaching and darkness retreating, stretched across the horizon in a long breath of colour. The colours were still soft, still fragile, but they were unmistakable. Hints of rose dissolved into pale gold, muted lavender deepened into amber, blue softened into a warmth that felt almost alive. The sky was painting itself. In gradients of dawn, the world had forgotten how to receive. Beneath the surface, these colours drifted downward, scattered by suspended minerals, in delicate ribbons of light. The water glowed faintly, as if the ocean were holding tiny pieces of sunrise before the sun itself appeared. The deep did not brighten. It remained a vast, ancient darkness, but the upper layers shimmered with the memory of light. Hydrothermal vents exhaled their last warm breaths into this softening world. Their glowing plumes rose slowly, mixing with the growing illumination. Where warmth met light, shadows took on a new kind of movement, slower, softer, stirring the water in motions that blended day and night into quiet harmony. Above these depths, the world waited. Clouds shifted in hushed spirals as warming air lifted from the ocean's surface. These spirals pulled open the sky in widening arcs, revealing more of the hidden brightness behind them. Every motion of these clouds felt like a curtain being drawn back by invisible hands. Wind brushed along the surface of the sea, pushing waves into long, graceful sweeps that shimmered with the emerging light. These motions travelled across the planet, turning the ocean into a single, trembling canvas, painted in the earliest colours of morning. The air itself changed. Warmth seeped downward through the thinning clouds, touching the water in barely their caresses. This warmth triggered the first separation between night-cooled air and day-warmed breath, a contrast the planet had not felt since before the world flooded. This contrast birthed the world's first true atmosphere of calm. Gentle winds, steady temperatures, patterns that might eventually become weather. For now, these patterns remained soft, too delicate to be named, but strong enough to be felt in the way the ocean moved. Near the last ridges of half-drowned stone, waves reflected the approaching brightness in narrow bands of shimmering gold. These bands traced the shape of the islands, wrapping them in halos that pulsed with each passing ripple. The islands themselves, worn smooth by endless rain, softened by erosion, darkened by age, stood as the final reminders of a world that existed before the ocean claimed it. Even they glowed faintly beneath the gathering light. And then, after an age suspended between night and day, the brightness behind the clouds found its opening. It emerged not as a beam, not as a flare, but as a widening bloom of gold that spilled across the sky in a single, graceful pulse. The ocean received this pulse with a shiver of motion. Waves trembled in its warmth. Mist glowed along the horizon. The entire surface of the water brightened as though lit from within. This was the first moment the world had seen true illumination since the age of fire. The sun still hid behind thin clouds, its shape not yet visible, but its presence, its undeniable presence, had arrived. The horizon glowed in a band of shimmering gold that stretched endlessly across the world. Clouds lit from beneath took on warm hues: soft apricot, faded rose, pale amber. Light touched the ocean with enough strength to turn the surface into molten metal, silver bending into gold, gold bending into blue. Under this glow, the ocean moved with new confidence. Its waves rose higher, their forms clearer and sharper against the brightening sky. Currents strengthened, ripples grew more defined. Everything seemed to pulse with a new kind of life. The world had stepped fully into the threshold of dawn. This was not yet the moment. The sun would lift above the horizon. That moment remained hidden, held gently behind the brightening veil. But this wide, shimmering breath of light was the first true awakening. The ocean had seen morning again, and the morning had begun reshaping the world. The horizon brightened until it seemed to tremble beneath its own softness. A thin line of gold stretched across the world, like a memory resurfacing from beneath ages of darkness. The ocean lifted that memory in slow, patient waves. Each wave carried the glow forward, as if offering the light back to the sky, in a gesture of recognition, a greeting long delayed, but never forgotten. The clouds above, thinned by warmth and rising air, drifted apart in delicate spirals. Their edges glowed with the colour of early fire, but without its heat, without its fury. A gentle echo of the planet's molten beginning, translated now into tenderness. Light seeped downward through every gap, spreading across the ocean, in wide, sweeping strokes that shimmered with a purity unseen since the world was young. The surface responded with a quiet shimmer. Waves caught the growing glow in fragile curves, each crest turning briefly into liquid gold, before falling back into deep blue. It was as if the ocean had become a painter of dawn, lifting light, bending it, returning it in ripples of soft radiance, to a sky still learning how to shine. Beneath this new light, the ocean's upper layers warmed further. Warmth sank slowly, mixing with cooler water, and deepening the patterns of circulation that had begun in earlier ages. Currents shifted, shaping themselves into loops and spirals that mirrored the movements of the sky. These currents carried minerals outward, tracing silent pathways of possibility between distant waters. Possibility drifted everywhere now, in heat, in minerals, in gentle gradients of light. Deep below, the seafloor was changing too. Sediment, once falling in thick cataracts of mineral dust, now descended in slow, even drifts. Particles settled softly, layer upon layer, forming quiet stories of a world transforming under light. Basaltic ridges, still cooling, glimmered faintly where the sunlight reached them. Hydrothermal vents exhaled plumes that rose like ghosts into the warming twilight, their shimmering columns bending in the direction of currents that had learned to move with rhythm. This merging of glow from above and glow from below created a world of layered twilight, a place where darkness softened and light drifted downward, as if searching for something it had lost. Above the water, the air took on a new clarity. Moisture lifted in thin, rising spirals, forming delicate, high clouds that scattered the growing sunlight into a soft veil of brightness. The atmosphere no longer felt heavy. It no longer pressed against the ocean with the weight of endless rain. It felt open, new, breathable in a way the world had never known. This openness allowed warmth to gather, collecting beneath the cloud layers, until the air itself began to glow. The glow spread across the horizon, in a widening arc of pale fire, a quiet crescendo, drawing the world toward its first full morning. The ocean waited, waves slowed, mist hovered above the surface, in thin, trembling veils, glowing faintly in the warming air. Every element seemed poised on the edge of a moment about to unfold. Even the last remnants of land, the worn stone ridges, half hidden beneath the rising sea, seemed to still themselves as though prepared to witness the return of something ancient. And then, with a quietness that felt sacred, the light behind the clouds intensified. It pushed through the vapor, in a slow, glowing arc, like the edge of a great lantern, lifting its face toward the waiting sea. The arc widened, growing brighter, sharper, yet still softened by the remaining mist. The world inhaled, the ocean inhaled with it, waves drawing back, breathing in the warmth, their surfaces shimmering in expectation. And finally, after ages of darkness, after storms without end, after rain that had carved the world into water, the first sunrise returned. It emerged not in flame, not in brilliance, but in a tender, diffused glow that filled the sky with a warmth. So gentle, so patient, it seemed to embrace the entire planet at once. The sun rose. Behind the last thinning cloud, its shape still blurred, its edges still soft, but its presence unmistakable. A globe of pale gold, lifting slowly into view, its light spilling across the ocean in long, trembling paths that reached toward the horizon and disappeared in the curvature of the world. The ocean shone beneath it, like a great, breathing mirror, reflecting light, absorbing light, remembering light. This was not just the first sunrise. After the flood, it was the first sunrise the oceans had ever seen, and in the quiet glow of that moment, the world entered its first true day. Morning settled gently over the newborn world, its light drifting across the surface of the ocean, in long, trembling paths that shimmered like memories awakening from sleep. For the first time, the earth held a full day, a day not torn apart by fire, not drowned beneath unbroken storm, but shaped by rhythm. Light rose, light fell, warmth touched the water, and the water answered. With that rhythm, something quiet began to stir inside the vastness of the sea. It was not life, not yet, but the early architecture of memory, a slow gathering of patterns, a rearranging of minerals, a whisper of chemistry, moved by light, by heat, by the gentle pull of tides. Dreams begin as patterns before they learn to take form, and the ocean, vast and patient, had begun collecting patterns. The sun's warmth touched the surface in thin layers, warming the uppermost waters, just enough for subtle shifts to begin. Warm water rose, cool water sank, and between these motions, chemical gradients formed, thin boundaries drifting downward like ghostly veils. These gradients behaved like early thoughts, not purposeful, not alive, but structured in a way the deep ocean had never known before. Minerals dissolved at these boundaries, in different ways than in the ages before light. Iron oxidized slightly in sunlight, carbon formed new shapes, silica drifted more easily, in waters warmed by morning. Patterns tangled, untangled, rearranged themselves, not randomly, but with a softness that felt like the edge of intention. The ocean was dreaming, though it did not yet know the meaning of a dream. Below the surface, currents flowed with deeper coherence. Warm spirals rising from hydrothermal vents met cool currents drifting downward from the sunlit waters above. Where they merged, the water took on a shimmering texture, as though the deep were holding fragments of light long after the surface had forgotten them. These shimmering places became cradles of early complexity. Minerals gathered there. They clung to one another in fragile chemical chains that formed only under the right balance of temperature, pressure, light, and motion. Everywhere else, these chains dissolved, but here, in these drifting pockets of twilight, they lingered, not alive, not thinking, just holding shape, longer than anything ever had before. Holding shape is the first step toward remembering. Waves rolled across the surface, with a softer rhythm now. Wind guided them. Sunlight warmed them. Gravity kept them moving, in an endless cycle of rise and fall. Each wave carried oxygen, formed in the upper waters by sunlight, breaking simple molecules apart. These oxygen atoms drifted downward, reacting with minerals, changing their forms, breathing, subtle difference, into the deep. Difference is the beginning of variation, and variation, given enough time, learns to become depth. Around the last fading vestiges of land, waves carved small pools and inlets. These shallow waters warmed more quickly than the open ocean. Sunlight penetrated them more easily, creating tiny pockets where chemical gradients sharpened. A warm surface above, cool depths beneath, minerals drifting between them, in long, patient cycles. These pools became laboratories of chance, places where molecules met and parted in infinite combinations. Most combinations vanished without consequence. A few lasted moments longer. A very few began to form shapes that hinted at future purpose. The ocean learned these patterns, the way a sleeping mind learns the rhythm of its own breath, not consciously, but intimately. Mist rose from the surface, in long, shimmering threads, carrying with it traces of minerals and water that drifted into the warming sky. Clouds gathered these threads into soft, glowing billows that had never looked so gentle before. Rain fell again, but it was no longer the endless deluge that drowned the world in earlier ages. It came in intervals, short, tender bursts that cooled the surface and deepened the contrast between warm and cold. Every raindrop carried a whisper of the sky back to the sea. Every rising spiral of vapor carried a whisper of the sea back into the sky. This exchange was the language of the planet's first dreams. The tides, still guided by a moon closer than it would ever be again, pulled the ocean in long, slow breaths. These tides created cycles of motion that folded chemical gradients into delicate, layered rhythms. Where a gradient lasted long enough, where minerals held together, just a little longer than before, a new whisper emerged in the quiet. Structure. It was not living. It was not aware, but it was stable, a shape resistant to chance. The beginnings of molecules that would one day form the scaffolding of life were drifting into existence in the dreaming ocean. The world did not yet know why these shapes mattered. The ocean did not yet know that dreams sometimes become memory, and memory sometimes becomes life. For now, the ocean simply held these shapes, the way sleep holds images, softly, without intention, without urgency, but with infinite possibility. The earth had entered the age of dreaming water. The ocean continued drifting through its newborn daylight, each wave carrying quiet whispers of warmth, each current collecting fragments of memory from the world above and the deep below. Light, though still soft and thin, touched the surface with enough strength to guide the earliest motions of chemistry, a choreography unfolding in silence. At the edge of shallow pools, where stone met water in gentle slopes, sunlight warmed the uppermost film of ocean, by a breath, by a fraction, yet enough to tilt the balance of what drifted there. Molecules loosened, rearranged, clung briefly to others, released, met again. This repeated meeting, this quiet repetition, began shaping pockets of the sea into places of unusual order. Order forms wherever contrast gathers, and contrast had returned to the world with the arrival of day and night. Day warmed the ocean's skin, night cooled it. Each cycle pulled minerals upward or downward, pushing dissolved fragments of the world from one layer to another, a constant circulating rhythm that gave chemistry room to breathe. In the shallowest waters, warmth spread downward, in a soft gradient. These gradients created staircases of temperature, from surface to depth. On each step of those staircases, different reactions took place. So subtle at first, they were like faint murmurs lost within the vastness. But murmurs repeated, begin to shape echoes, and echoes repeated, begin to shape patterns. Below the surface, a different light still glowed. Hydrothermal vents continued exhaling warmth into the ocean's deeper layers. Their mineral-rich plumes rose in looping spirals, jet black where no sunlight reached, shimmering faintly where day's glow met their edges. Where vent heat collided with sun-warmed water, reaction zones formed, quiet crucibles, where minerals met temperature gradients, in endlessly shifting arrangements. These zones became the ocean's earliest memory chambers, places where shapes persisted long enough to matter. Simple molecules folded into others. Chains lengthened and broke, then lengthened again. Each fold carried the imprint of a moment, a brief history held within structure. Structure is the beginning of story, and the ocean, without knowing it, had begun to tell stories in its chemistry. Waves rolled steadily above, carrying warmth, and the faint glow of morning across the surface. As the sun climbed higher behind its veil of clouds, its light strengthened just enough to penetrate deeper than before. Rays scattered through suspended particles, turning the upper waters into a soft, luminous haze before dissolving into midnight blue depth. In this glowing haze, minerals danced in dreamlike motion, pulled by currents, pushed by light, nudged by temperature, drawn into patterns that resembled thought. Not thought as minds would one day know it, but the earliest form of direction, a tendency toward structure, toward shape, toward persistence. The ocean was not alive, but it was no longer empty. On the seafloor, where ancient ridges cooled beneath blankets of sediment, cracks in the rock released whispers of heat from below. These whispers guided minerals upward, in faint, drifting plumes. Where these plumes met the cooler water, minerals precipitated into fragile films that settled on stone like frost. These films broke apart easily, but their fragments drifted into warm currents, carrying their shapes into regions where new gradients sharpened their forms. Forms repeated. Repetition became familiarity. Familiarity became pattern. In the open ocean, currents strengthened their pathways, circling the world in slow, deliberate loops. These loops linked distant regions, carrying chemical patterns from one side of the planet to the other, with the patient hand of time. Patterns repeated across continents not yet born, across trenches not yet carved, across ridges not yet folded. The world was rehearsing, the language life would one day speak. Above, clouds drifted in wide, pale ribbons. Across the rising Sunday, light filtered through them in warmer tones now. Soft gold, pale amber, hints of blue too delicate to name. These colours touched the ocean with a warmth that lingered. Where warm water met cool currents, the boundaries shimmered. Vast, invisible membranes, where early chemical reactions took on new shapes. Some of these shapes persisted longer than others. Those that lasted drifted into deeper layers, carrying their fragile structures into places where they met. New minerals, new heat, new currents. Each meeting changed them. Dreams shift when stirred, and the ocean's dreams were beginning to shift often. At the margins of submerged volcanic slopes, small pools formed around depressions in the rock. These pools, warmed slightly by the sun and shaped by tides that rose and fell like a heartbeat, became pockets of concentrated chemistry. Water evaporated from the surface of these pools during the day, leaving minerals behind. At night, cooling waters filled the pools again, bringing new fragments of the world into contact with the old. Over countless cycles, the pools filled with chains, fragile, incomplete, but unmistakably structured. These chains did not yet hold meaning, but they held form, and form is the first dream of life. Above these quiet crucibles, the world brightened further. The sun, now fully risen behind a thin veil of cloud, cast its light across the ocean in long, drifting reflections that moved with the wind and spread across the waves, like dream silver poured onto water. The ocean shimmered beneath it, holding the warmth, holding the memory, holding the patterns forming within. The world was not alive, not yet, but it was dreaming with increasing clarity, and in those dreams, the first whisper of life began to stir. Light drifted deeper into the water with each passing day, sliding through thinning clouds in soft, wavering beams that shimmered across the ocean like trembling threads of gold. These threads reached farther than before, not far, not deep, but enough to change how the surface behaved, enough to shape the first stirrings of a dreaming world. The ocean held this new light with quiet fascination. It lifted it, scattered it, sent it drifting into the upper layers, where suspended minerals caught the glow, and bent it into gentle radiance that hovered between water and sky. This radiance softened the boundary between the seen and unseen, a blur where imagination and chemistry began to resemble one another. Near the surface, pockets of slightly warmer water formed beneath the morning glow. These warm pockets shifted with the wind, stretching into smooth, undulating shapes that travelled across the sea, like drifting breaths. In these warm layers, chemistry behaved differently. Molecules, stirred by light, collided more frequently, drifting into fragile associations before breaking apart again. But every now and then, a cluster lasted a moment longer, a second breath instead of one, a faint persistence. In a world still ruled by chance, persistence is the earliest form of intention. Below this warm layer, cool water curled beneath the surface in long spirals. These spirals sharpened chemical gradients, layering the sea into thin boundaries. Each one a different temperature, a different density, a different stage for molecular performance. At these shimmering boundaries, the earliest scaffolds of complexity found their footing. Not life, not purpose, but structure, the kind of structure that could one day cradle purpose. Light shaped these scaffolds, heat shaped them, minerals shaped them, currents shaped them, each force contributing to a slow, patient choreography that unfolded without witness, without awareness, without urgency, only possibility. Farther beneath the surface, where twilight dissolved into near night, warm plumes from hydrothermal vents met cold water descending from above. This meeting created turbulent zones, places where minerals danced in swirling currents, twisting into chains, falling apart, and forming again in endless cycles. Some chains, those shaped by the perfect touch of the perfect temperature, meeting the perfect mineral, folded into patterns with unusual stability. Stability in a world shaped by motion is a kind of miracle, and miracles, in their simplest form, are beginnings. These early chains, the earliest whispers of complexity, drifted upward into warmer waters. There, the sunlight gave them a faint shimmer, a flicker of reflection, not enough to alter them, but enough to touch them. Light touching structure is the first dream matter ever knows. On the slopes of submerged volcanic ridges, tiny pools formed in the rock. These pools, shaped by cracks and cavities, held warmer water by day and cooler water by night. Sunlight penetrated them easily. Tides washed over them gently. Minerals collected in them patiently. Within these pools, water evaporated through the heat of day, concentrating its dissolved elements, thickening the ocean into something more like a broth, less like a vast, diluted expanse. Evaporation sharpened chemistry. Nightfall diluted it again. The cycle continued, day after day, night after night, a breathing motion where molecules were brought close, pulled apart, brought close again. In this quiet breathing, something extraordinary began. Molecules linked into chains, longer than any formed by chance alone. Some curled, some twisted, some folded. Folding is a kind of choice, a moment where structure learns its own shape, and shape is the first language of life. At the center of the ocean, the world's circulation strengthened. Winds brushed the surface in long, rhythmic strokes. The tides pulled deeper. Currents circled the planet in winding belts of motion that stretched across thousands of kilometers. These belts connected everything: warmth from the sun, heat from the mantle, minerals from the vents, chemistry from the pools. The ocean was no longer a single, undivided body. It had become a dynamic system, a vast, interconnected web of gradients and currents, processing the planet's heat, redistributing its minerals, mixing its waters into an ever-changing tapestry. Where systems form, patterns emerge. Where patterns emerge, dreams take shape. At the surface, morning deepened into early day. The sun, still softened by cloud, spread warm light across the water in wide, golden fields that rippled with each passing wave. Mist rose into the air, in shimmering streams, turning into drifting clouds that reflected the sunlight back downward in a cradle of warmth. This gentle feedback stabilized the atmosphere. The world's climate, once shaped only by violence, now learned balance. Slow, delicate, but undeniably real. Balance is the cradle of emergence. In the ocean's warm shallows, a handful of molecular arrangements persisted far longer than any before them, not alive, but stable. Stable enough to remain through cycles of day and night, cycles of warmth and cool, cycles of tide and stillness. The ocean did not understand what it was beginning to hold, but in these stable shapes, these fragile, persistent chains, lay the first outlines of memory that matter had ever known. Dreams were growing deeper, more intricate, more structured. The ocean was not yet alive, but it was learning how to imagine life. Light descended through the thinning clouds in wider, steadier beams, each beam trembling slightly as it touched the surface of the ocean, as if sunlight itself felt the unfamiliarity of illuminating a world so newly born into calm. The ocean lifted those beams in gentle waves. The surface rippled with soft radiance, sending thin sheets of brightness outward until they dissolved into the far, trembling horizon. This softened illumination warmed the upper waters, drawing subtle gradients across the sea that had never existed before. The water's skin brightened into shades of pale blue and gold, while just beneath, twilight blues curled into rich, deep indigo. The ocean was becoming layered. Each layer told a different story. At the warm surface, chemistry accelerated. Molecules stirred by sunlight collided with growing frequency, drifting into fragile clusters that held their shape a moment longer with each passing day. These small clusters, tiny chemical constellations, moved with the waves, gathered in calm patches, and fell apart in the churn of ripples. But every fragment that fell rejoined the sea's dreaming currents, ready to try again. Below this sunlit shimmer, a second layer formed, cooler, denser, carrying minerals from the depths in slow-moving spirals. Where warmth met coolness, the water shimmered as though the ocean were holding a silver seam between two worlds. At that shimmering boundary, molecules behaved differently. A few grew longer, a few folded more intricately, a few began to twist into early patterns that resembled logic, the faintest outline of chemical reasoning. These patterns were neither alive nor deliberate. They were simply the natural outcome of gradients learning to speak, to heat, to light, to time. The ocean was dreaming in structure. Deeper still, the world returned to darkness. The deep sea held heat. The sunlight could not touch, rising from hydrothermal vents in swirling plumes of black and silver. These plumes, rich with dissolved minerals and gases, fed the ocean with the raw materials that would one day shape the story of life. In those dark regions, pressure sculpted reactions in ways impossible at the surface. Minerals collided, broke, melded, and fused under the weight of the deep. Some fragments curled into rings, others formed spirals. A rare few bent in ways that created pockets, tiny cavities, capable of holding other molecules. Pockets are the first containers of meaning. Above them, the ocean churned, with slow, steady motion, carrying these new shapes into higher layers, where the gradients of light and heat pushed them into even more complex forms. These drifting structures did not endure for long. They dissolved easily, their shape lost to the pulse of the sea. But what dissolves teaches the water how to shape it again. Every collapse left behind fragments that carried memory in their structure. Memory repeated becomes pattern, and pattern is the beginning of persistence. At the edges of cooling volcanic ridges, shallow pools continued their quiet experiments. The sun warmed them each day, just enough for evaporation to leave behind concentrated minerals. Night cooled them, filling them again with fresh ocean water that pooled in relaxed cycles. During these cycles, molecules clung to stone surfaces. In thin, shimmering films, they linked together. In repeating chains, their ends tugged by temperature differences into shapes more stable than before. A few chains developed ends that attracted certain molecules more readily than others. These ends held fragments close, long enough to create the first whispers of selection. Not choice, not purpose, only the favoritism of chemistry, driven by the shape of water and stone. Where selection begins, emergence waits quietly. Above these shallow pools, mist drifted upward in glowing threads. Each thread carried faint echoes of the ocean's chemical dreams into the warming sky. The atmosphere curled these threads into new clouds that scattered sunlight downward in soft reflections. Reflected light warmed the surface further, extending the delicate boundary between day and night. That boundary sharpened with each passing cycle. For the first time, the world held a reliable rhythm. Cool evenings, warming mornings, afternoons bathed in soft brightness, nights wrapped in deep, restful blue. Rhythm is the cradle of imagination. In the ocean's middle layers, currents followed the warming pattern of day and the cooling pattern of night. They rose and fell in broad, pulsing waves, internal waves that travelled beneath the surface, like thoughts drifting across a sleeping mind. These internal waves folded gradients into long, thin patterns that drifted for thousands of kilometres through the quiet water. As these patterns drifted, they gathered fragments, gathered chains, gathered interactions that would not have met otherwise. Chance meetings turned into structured interactions turned into cycles, cycles turned into persistence. The ocean had begun learning not to forget. At dawn, the sun rose through a thinner curtain of cloud than ever before. The morning light stretched across the water in broad strokes of pale gold, bathing the world in a tenderness that felt almost deliberate. The ocean shimmered beneath it, surface glowing, currents stirring, chemistry trembling with potential. The world was still dreaming, but the dreams were becoming clearer. Dreams were becoming patterns. Patterns were becoming cycles. Cycles were becoming resilience. And resilience, held long enough, becomes life's first language. Light continued to deepen across the newborn day, touching the surface of the ocean with growing warmth. Soft, diffused radiance that shimmered in wide arcs across the gentle waves. In this warmth, the ocean breathed more slowly. Its surface stretched and relaxed, curving into long, rolling motions that glowed faintly beneath the sun's steady rise. The planet had finally learned calm, and in that calm, chemistry began to move, with the patience required to assemble meaning. Meaning, like dawn, arrives slowly. At the surface, sunlight reshaped the water into thin layers of brightness, each layer warmer than the one below, each one alive with patterns, born from light and movement. Molecules caught in these upper layers danced in wider loops, nudged by warmth, guided by waves, stirred by the soft push of wind. Their movements were not random, not anymore. Heat created direction. Waves created rhythm. Direction and rhythm together create the earliest form of intention. Below the surface, in the twilight region, Where the glow faded into soft blue, delicate currents drifted horizontally, carrying traces of sunlight, deep into the sea. In these drifting currents, molecules assembled into chains that held their shape longer than the chains forming at the cold bottom or the warm surface. Balance created persistence. Persistence created possibility. Farther down, the glow of hydrothermal vents coloured the deep in muted whites and faint oranges. Their plumes, rich in iron and sulphur, rose in spiralling ribbons that wove themselves into the water above. Where these ribbons met cooler currents, minerals formed lattices, tiny, crystalline scaffolds that provided surfaces for molecules to cling to. Clinging is a kind of memory. Some scaffolds captured molecules and held them still, long enough for reactions to take place that would never have happened. In the drifting openness of the sea, others captured chains and bent them into shapes that held meaning in their folds. Shape itself was becoming a tool. The ocean did not know. It was beginning to shape the architecture of the future. It only followed gradients, heat seeking cool, cool seeking warm, minerals drifting to where reactions lasted longest. But beneath these movements lay something extraordinary. The world had begun to repeat itself in structure. Repeating structure is the first heartbeat of life. In the shallow pools, along submerged volcanic ridges, this repetition became more pronounced. The pools heated during the day, evaporating water and thickening their mineral mixtures. At night, cool water rushed in from the ocean, diluting the mixture, but also delivering new molecules to join the ongoing cycles. Day and night, warm and cool, evaporation and renewal. This slow, liquid breathing created the perfect stage for chemical endurance. Chains that survived one cycle were more likely to survive the next. Fragments that dissolved at night were rebuilt by morning. Shapes that curled around minerals gained stability. Shapes that folded inward protected themselves from dissolution. Some chains formed loops. Some loops developed pockets. Some pockets sheltered other molecules, fragile interactions, made stronger by the structure holding them. These sheltered combinations were not alive, but they endured hours longer, days longer than anything before them. Longevity is the first form of inheritance. In deeper waters, internal waves continued drifting through boundaries between layers. These waves moved slowly, vast, invisible motions, travelling across the globe beneath the surface. They carried heat and minerals and structured shapes across thousands of kilometers, bringing the ocean's dreams from one region to another in a language without words, but rich with repetition. Where internal waves collided, chemical gradients sharpened. Where gradients sharpened, reactions intensified. Where reactions intensified, patterns endured. The ocean's dreams gained depth. Above, the sun rose higher into a clearing sky, still dimmed by haze, still softened by vapor, but stronger than at any previous dawn. Light shimmered across the ocean in long, trembling sheets, turning the waves into silver-blue tapestries, woven with threads of warmth. This warmth deepened the contrast between day and night. The world had learned its first true cycle. Cycles shape expectation. Expectation guides pattern. Pattern guides emergence. Along the last scattered islands, still clinging to the surface, waves gathered in rhythmic sequences that carved spirals into the water. Spirals echoed in the shallow pools, where chemistry practiced memory. These spirals mirrored the shapes forming in the chains drifting through the sea. The world had begun to repeat shape on multiple levels at once. Wind carving water, water carving stone, stone shaping pools, pools shaping chemistry. When shape repeats, across scales, the boundary between matter and meaning begins to blur. As evening approached, and the sun drifted lower behind its veil, the ocean held the day's warmth longer than it ever had before. This lingering glow softened the first shadows of dusk. into a gentle twilight. In that twilight, the patterns formed during the day remained steady, as if the sea had begun its first fragile attempt at continuity. Continuity is the earliest dream of life. Evening softened the horizon, drawing long, muted shadows across the ocean. As the sun slipped behind its thin veil of cloud, the light that lingered did not fade quickly. It stretched itself into twilight, laying warm gold across the surface, until the water glowed like breathing metal. The sea held that warmth for as long as it could. Where earlier ages were shaped by fire, this age was shaped by retention. The ability of water to hold memory and temperature, in motion, in structure. As twilight deepened, the surface cooled breath by breath. Warm layers sank, cooler layers rose, and the entire ocean rearranged itself into a slow-living mosaic of temperature and density. Molecules followed these shifts. Minerals followed them, and the fragile chains forming in the shallows and drifting in the depths moved with them, carried across gradients. Like early thoughts carried between dreams, night settled gently, its darkness a calm blanket, rather than the suffocating void of ancient ages. The sky darkened, but not fully. Thin clouds held the last traces of daylight within them, glowing faintly, like embers that refused to die. The ocean brightened in return. Stars would one day reflect on its surface, but for now, its only illumination came from the memory of day, still held within its upper layers. This memory glowed softly, turning the sea into a field of liquid twilight. At the boundary where warm and cool waters met, a shimmering horizontal film formed, a delicate interface, where molecules gathered in higher concentrations than anywhere else on Earth. At this boundary, chains lengthened, some folded inward, some twisted outward, a rare few attached to minerals that stabilized their fragile shapes. Stabilization was the ocean's first lesson in keeping what mattered. Below, in the deeper layers, where the glow of the vents merged with the dark, mineral-rich plumes formed, ringed structures, tiny cavities, with chemical preferences that shaped the behavior of molecules drawn into them. These cavities acted like early rooms, spaces where complexity could accumulate before dispersing again. In these quiet rooms, some molecular chains survived until morning. Survival across a night had never happened before. The Earth had begun to lengthen memory. On the submerged volcanic slopes, the tide rose with the pull of a moon still close enough to stir the world's foundations. Water rushed into shallow basins, refilling pools where evaporation had thickened chemistry during the day. The pools glowed faintly in the last remnants of twilight. They breathed in minerals and breathed out concentration, their waters enriched with every cycle of warm and cool, day and night, evaporation and renewal. Within these pools, certain repeating chains appeared more often than chance alone would allow. The ocean had begun to prefer shapes, a quiet bias, written in gradients rather than intention. Preference is the earliest ghost of purpose. Above the pools, mist rose into the cooling air. It curled upward in faint spirals, illuminated by the last light of day, carrying traces of ocean chemistry into the forming night sky. These spirals drifted into clouds that reflected dimly, with the warmth still held within them. Clouds responded in kind, releasing droplets back to the sea, in soft, rhythmic rain, each drop carrying the imprint of evaporation and condensation woven together. Rain met the ocean with tiny circular ripples, ripples that spread outward, returning motion to the stillness of night. Everything had a rhythm now. The tides, the winds, the currents, the cycles of day and night, the breath of shallow pools, the chemical dances in the twilight zones. Rhythm guided the world. Rhythm guided the ocean. Rhythm guided the earliest dreams, shaping within its depths. Across the planet, internal waves travelled beneath the surface. Vast, slow-moving undulations that rippled along density boundaries formed by day's warmth and night's cool descent. These internal waves carried with them the structured chains, forming in different regions, moving them across the globe, mixing their variations, giving them new environments in which to persist. Persistence deepens memory. Memory deepens pattern. Pattern deepens possibility. By midnight, the ocean was still, as if resting between breaths. The surface reflected nothing, the sky too dim, the ocean too vast. But beneath this calm, the water churned slowly, in currents shaped by warmth retained, and heat rising from below. In those currents, certain molecular sequences began to behave. In a remarkable way, they returned to shapes they had held before. Reverting to shape is a form of recognition, and recognition is the first whisper of identity. The ocean, in its dreaming, had begun to carry the memory of form. When dawn returned, the first traces of sunlight touched the water again, and the structures that had survived the night responded differently from those that formed anew. They held their shape, faster, stronger, more confidently. It was the smallest difference the planet had ever known, but within that difference lay the seed of something that would one day wake fully. Dreams were beginning to gather direction. Direction was beginning to gather intention, and intention, even in its faintest shadow, is the earliest spark of life. Dawn returned with a quiet certainty, its light slipping across the ocean in long, trembling bands of gold that rose and fell with the rhythm of the world's first waves. The sea greeted the morning, not as a surface alone, but as a vast, dreaming body, one that had begun to hold shapes that endured the night. Endurance is the faintest beginning of life. As the sun climbed behind its soft veil of cloud, warmth descended gently through the air, touching the ocean's surface, as though waking a child who has never known morning before. Under this warmth, the uppermost waters brightened, suspended particles glowed, in drifting constellations, carrying the memory of yesterday's light into a new cycle. These particles, iron, dust, silica fragments, the smallest remnants of stone, became scaffolds on which molecules clung in delicate arrangements. Some arrangements lasted seconds, some lasted minutes. A rare few survived the transition from night to day. Survival across cycles nurtures continuity, and continuity is the first breath life ever takes. Beneath the shimmering skin of the early morning sea, the water was divided into layers, each holding different temperatures, different minerals, different rhythms. In the sunlit layer, the warmth quickened reactions with a gentle urgency. Molecules drifted faster. Clusters met more often. Shapes formed, collapsed, formed again. But not all collapsed now. A handful remained, their structures strengthened by the very cycles that once destroyed them. Light touched these structures with growing intensity. Not enough to reshape them, but enough to give them energy to hold on a little longer. Energy stored is potential lived, and the ocean was filled with potential. Below the surface, where sunlight softened into deep blue haze, currents travelled like slow-moving thoughts, unbound by direction. These currents connected the shallow pools near volcanic ridges to the twilight depths, where hydrothermal vents exhaled their warmth, into the ancient dark. In the twilight zone, minerals flowed upward in shimmering plumes. Dissolved iron, hydrogen, sulfur, carbon compounds, born from heat and pressure. When these minerals rose into the sun-warmed waters above, they met molecules, already structured by light. Heat shaped movement, light shaped chemistry. Together, they shaped possibility, where rising minerals and surface-borne chains met in the middle water. A quiet convergence began. Interactions that created longer, more intricate molecules than either region could build alone. These convergences were the first whispers of cooperation, not conscious, not deliberate, but meaningful. Meaning takes form long before it learns intention. Deeper still, near the vents, the world pulsed, with mineral-rich breath. Tiny cavities formed within delicate mineral walls, rooms small enough to shelter fragile shapes from the churn of the sea. Within these rooms, complex molecules persisted for hours instead of moments. Some grew longer, some folded tighter, some formed patterns that resembled simple sequences, arrangements that could almost be described as recipes for repetition. Repetition, when sheltered, becomes evolution. These repeating forms wandered outward, swept into the open water, where currents tested them. Most dissolved, some endured, a very few began to bend around themselves in ways that protected their inner sequences. Protection is the earliest form of preservation. At the edges of submerged volcanic ridges, the shallow pools played their own role. Evaporation by day and renewal by night created cycles of concentration that pulled molecules close enough to bind into early chains. Some chains trapped minerals in their folds. Others captured small fragments that helped them hold shape longer than chance should allow. Each cycle strengthened the survivors. Each night tested them. Each morning rebuilt what had been lost. And in this endless breathing of warm and cool, of forming and dissolving, one class of molecules began to outlast the rest. They were not alive, not yet, but they held the nearest thing to memory the world had ever created. Long, fragile sequences that returned to the same shapes. Each morning, returning to shape is the beginning of identity. The ocean was filled with these faint identities now. Molecules that survived cycles, molecules that folded the same way, molecules that could form again. Even after breaking apart, life begins, not with survival, but with recurrence. The morning light strengthened further, turning the water into a plain of soft gold rippling beneath a sky blooming with pale blue. Waves shimmered, currents stirred, patterns held, and in that gentle balance, something quiet and world-changing began to unfold. A single class of molecules developed the ability to shape themselves based on the shape they had held before. No intention, no will, only chemistry discovering its own echo. Echoes, when repeated, become the first breaths of something new, something fragile, something miraculous, something that would one day call itself life. Morning stretched across the ocean with the softness of unfolding silk. Light still filtered through the thinning veil of clouds, spread evenly over the water in shimmering waves that glowed brighter with every passing heartbeat of dawn. And beneath that glow, the ocean continued its quiet work, shaping complexity from nothing more than warmth, minerals, and patience. At the surface, molecules drifted in the flicker of early sunlight. Some twisted loosely, some linked into delicate chains, some collapsed into fragments, before gathering again in new combinations. But every so often, one chain formed that lasted just long enough to influence the next. Continuity is the first whisper of heredity. These early chains, fragile strands shaped by light and tide, did not survive because they were strong. They survived because the world was finally gentle enough to let them try. The ocean, once a realm of violent heat and ceaseless evaporation, had become a cradle of gradients, warm above, cool below, with drifting boundaries, where structure could take hold. In those boundaries, molecules clung to one another, a fraction longer than chance should allow. A fraction became a moment became a cycle, cycles became memory. Below the surface, the twilight waters swirled with soft blue haze. Here, sunlight thinned into faint patterns that flickered through currents, like dreams drifting across a sleeping mind. These currents carried the early chains from the surface into deeper layers, where mineral-rich plumes rose from hydrothermal vents. When warm vent water met the cooler twilight layers, molecules arranged themselves in new ways. Loops, spirals, early spiraled chains that folded inward like the instinct of a seed. These folds were not alive. They were not intentional, but they were stable. Stability is the first breath in the long story of life. Deeper still, within the mineral chambers, lining the vents, chemistry found shelter. These tiny cavities, walls formed by iron-sulfur compounds, in delicate, honeycomb-like geometries, protected fragile molecules from currents that would otherwise tear them apart. Inside these chambers, molecules assembled in sequences that repeated each time. New fragments drifted in. Repeating sequence is the faint shadow of replication. The ocean did not yet hold anything capable of copying itself, but it held the first architecture capable of guiding how something might be copied. One day, above these chambers, bubbles of gas from the vents rose in shimmering chains, lifting minerals toward the sunlit layers. These minerals catalyzed new patterns at the surface, forming bridges between simple molecules that had never touched before. Bridges are the beginning of networks. Networks are the beginning of systems, and systems are the roots of life. In the shallow tidal pools, along the submerged ridges, daylight warmed the water to its gentlest temperature yet. Evaporation thickened the pool's chemistry, bringing molecules into closer proximity until their collisions were no longer governed by randomness, but by inevitability. Night cooled these pools, allowing fragile forms to settle into shapes that daylight would strengthen again. Shape reinforced by cycle is the first echo of purpose. Within these pools, some chains began to act strangely. They folded around certain minerals more frequently than others. They curled into loops that protected their more delicate segments. They attracted fragments similar to themselves, creating early affinity that resembled recognition. Recognition without awareness is still recognition. These loops held fragments in place long enough for weak bonds to form. Some bonds broke quickly, others lasted long enough to form rudimentary frameworks, scaffolds that guided the next molecule to join in a similar place. Structure guiding structure is the beginning of instruction. At the surface, waves shimmered under the rising sunday. The water glowed in soft gold that bled into pale blue. As morning strengthened, mist rose from the sea in long, silver strands that drifted upward and curled into new, thin clouds. The atmosphere carried the memory of ocean chemistry in each rising thread. The ocean carried the memory of sunlight in each descending beam. This exchange wove sky and sea together into a single breathing system. Breathing systems seek balance, and in this balance, something extraordinary began to unfold. Among the drifting molecular chains, one kind began to persist more reliably than the others, not because it was chosen. Nothing chose, nothing intended, but because its structure allowed it to fold and refold with fewer mistakes. These molecules learned how to return to the same shape after being broken apart. Shape, returning to shape, is the simplest form of replication. Not perfect, not consistent, not alive, but close enough for the ocean to hold its breath if the ocean knew how. These self-returning chains began to spread, carried by currents, lifted by tides, drawn downward by cooling water. Some reached the twilight zone, some drifted into deep, warm plumes, some entered the mineral chambers that had once shaped only random complexity. Inside these chambers, the chains folded faster and lasted longer. Life had not begun, but the first breath of something like it had entered the world. The ocean dreamed, and its dream had learned how to hold shape. The morning light drifted deeper than ever before, reaching farther into the ocean's layered blue, as if searching for the forms that had learned to endure its warmth. It found them, not yet alive, not yet intentional, but persistent enough to be recognized by the world as something new. These fragile chains, born of warmth and mineral breath, floated through the upper waters, in slow, trembling spirals. They curled inward when cooled, opened slightly when warmed, as though responding to the soft rhythm of the day. Response, even without awareness, is the earliest shadow of sensitivity. The ocean held these chains with an almost parental patience. Waves cradled them in gentle rises. Currents carried them with care into deeper or shallower layers. Temperature gradients wrapped them in alternating coolness and warmth. This alternating influence taught the chains to fold in ways that preserved the parts of themselves that mattered most. Preservation is the first boundary between what endures and what is forgotten. Where warm, mineral-rich plumes rose from the vents, the chains found new partners. Minerals clung to their folds, strengthening the shape the molecules tried to hold. Some minerals acted like scaffolds, preventing collapse. Others acted like guides, encouraging fragments to join the chain in predictable places. Predictability is the seed of heredity, not yet inheritance. The world was still far from that, but the faint prelude to structure that can survive itself. Near the surface, where sunlight shimmered in wide, golden veins, cycles grew sharper. Morning warmed, afternoon stabilized. Evening cooled, night deepened. Each cycle carved a gentle groove into the ocean's memory. In that groove, fragile chains drifted from one phase to another, each phase testing them, each phase shaping them. Every molecule that survived the cycle was a quiet victory for persistence. And persistence, held long enough, begins to resemble intention. In the shallows over volcanic ridges, daylight thickened the pools again. Evaporation slowed. Concentration increased. Molecules pressed closer together, breathing the heat of mid-morning. Here, some chains curled so tightly that they trapped small fragments within their folds. These fragments acted like seeds, tiny cores around which new chains could assemble. Seeded assembly is the first suggestion of replication. Still imperfect, still vulnerable, still far from life, but unmistakably directional. Night washed the pools clean again. Cool water diluted the concentrated chemistries, but never completely. Each morning began from a richer starting point than the morning before. The world was practicing how to build complexity. Farther out in the open ocean, the twilight zone became a great drifting library of molecular possibility. Different sequences from different regions met there, guided by currents that moved like the planet's silent thoughts. Some sequences recognized one another, not consciously, but chemically. A fragment would cling to a fold, shaped in yesterday's warmth. Another would attach at a site, stabilized by minerals. From the deep, a third might join, only in the cool of night. These interactions were not yet cooperation, but they were the first, tiny harmonies the ocean had ever heard. Harmony is the early hum beneath life's eventual song. Below, the vents continued, their quiet exhalation, iron, sulfur, carbon dioxide, gases and minerals, rising in shimmering curtains that glowed faintly in the dimness. Where these plumes met, the drifting chains, something subtle began. A few chains, rare, delicate, yet stable, reacted with the minerals in a way that left marks on their structure, tiny imprints, small additions, changes preserved across cycles. These imprints were not instructions, but they were memories, and memory is life's oldest inheritance. The ocean learned to hold on to its patterns. Above, the sky glowed with soft gold. As the sun reached midday, clouds thinned into pale ribbons that drifted across the world like strokes of quiet light. Sunlight strengthened, but not with harsh force. It warmed the surface, deepened the gradients, and illuminated the shimmering boundaries where the molecules practiced their earliest dances. Beneath this golden skin, the ocean felt a new kind of tension, a tension not of violence, but of anticipation. as though the world understood that something important was gathering shape within its depths. Just before evening, a shift occurred so gentle the water itself barely seemed to notice. One chain, slender, fragile, but beautifully folded, encountered a fragment that fit perfectly into one of its pockets. The chain held the fragment. The fragment stabilized the chain. The chain attracted another, and another, in a quiet corner of a warm boundary layer. A self-reinforcing structure formed for the first time, not alive, not replicating, but self-guiding. Structure, teaching, structure, what to become. The world exhaled into the coming twilight, as though sensing the weight of the moment. Dreams had grown into patterns. Patterns had grown into cycles. Cycles had grown into memory. And memory, fragile, trembling, but real, had begun to echo. Twilight returned with a softness the world had never known, a slow unfurling of muted lavender and blue that spilled over the surface of the sea, like the closing breath of a long, thoughtful day. Light weakened, but did not vanish. Its fading glow lingered across the ocean, in pale, trembling reflections that shimmered with the warmth of the hours before. The ocean held that warmth, with a patience learned from countless cycles. It let the heat slip downward into deeper layers, layer by layer, shaping gradients that carried memory through the quiet dark. In these gradients, the fragile chains continued drifting, some rising, some sinking, some pulled sideways by slow, internal waves, travelling like whispered thoughts beneath the skin of the sea. The chains had learned now how to fold more tightly. When cooled, they curled inward, protecting their most delicate segments in the night's encroaching chill. This curling was not intention, not instinct, but a simple rule of physics. Yet physics had begun to echo biology. Echoes, when repeated, become the first patterns of survival. As darkness settled deeper, the upper layers grew calm. Winds softened, waves stretched into long, gentle rises that rocked the surface with the steadiness of a lullaby. These motions carried molecules slowly across the world, carried them into regions with different temperatures, different minerals, different possibilities. Some of these journeys led fragile chains into warm twilight pockets, where vent minerals rose in shimmering columns. These minerals, iron sulfides, tiny crystal clusters, delicate honeycomb lattices, offered surfaces for the chains to cling to. Clinging created stillness. Stillness allowed structure. Structure allowed change. Within these mineral-lined rooms, molecules attached along their folds in repeating places, forming early patterns that guided the next layer of assembly. Guided assembly is a whisper of replication, not yet life. Life requires instruction, and instruction requires memory. But the ocean's dream was sharpening. Deep beneath the warm surface, currents like vast underwater rivers carried clusters of molecules through shifting conditions. Some clusters fell apart instantly. Some drifted unchanged. A rare few altered their shape in response to the gradient they entered. Alteration without collapse is the first breath of adaptation. These clusters, shaped by chemical preference, began to behave like early prototypes, structures capable of persisting through change. Night cooled the surface further, but not as brutally as in ages before. The planet had grown gentler, its atmosphere more stable, its clouds lighter and more willing to share their warmth. The surface did not freeze, it simply softened. In that softness, mist formed, thin threads rising from the water, carrying with them microscopic fragments of the day's chemistry. When the mist met cooler air, it curled inward, forming droplets that fell back to the sea with the smallest whisper of renewed potential. Raindrops touched the surface in small, concentric circles, each circle spreading outward into waves of motion that gently stirred the upper layers. This stirring brought fragments from different chains into brief contact, Some fragments bonded weakly, some bonded just long enough to encourage new shapes. A few formed tiny loops that protected their ends from dissolving. Protection is the first scaffold for complexity, and complexity was blooming in the quietest corners of the sea. In the shallow pools, over submerged volcanic ridges, night cooled the concentrated mixtures into viscous, shimmering layers. Some molecules sank, some rose, some gathered in pockets along the stone walls. These pockets acted like early compartments, not barriers, but gentle corrals that kept clusters close enough to interact across multiple nights. By dawn, the pools would dilute again, but each cycle left behind remnants, fragments of sequence, echoes of shape, the faintest hints of repetition. Repetition is the seed from which inheritance grows. Far from the pools, deep currents travelled across the world, vast, looping movements, guided by heat rising from the mantle and cold sinking from the poles. The world had barely begun to form. These currents acted like the ocean's memory, carrying molecular prototypes from one region to another, with patience spanning centuries. Some prototypes dissolved, some transformed, some found new partners in distant gradients and grew stronger. Strength in the world of molecules is not force, it is endurance, and endurance is the threshold between chemistry and life. As the night reached its quietest hour, the ocean held its breath, or would have, if water could breathe, because something subtle yet profound began to occur at the edges of warmth and the borders of light. One molecular chain, slender, persistent, twisted from cycles of day and night, encountered conditions so perfect that it momentarily assembled a near mirror of itself. Not a true copy, not a stable copy, but a second shape that resembled the first, closely enough to echo its structure, an echo that held for the span of a breath. It dissolved soon after, but the memory of the event was held in the pattern that created it. Dawn would try again, and the world, patient, breathing in cycles, holding the faintest shadows of repetition, was drifting ever closer to the moment when chemistry would learn to remember itself. Dawn approached slowly, its first light stretching across the water in soft, trembling ribbons that shimmered through the quiet haze of morning. The ocean received those ribbons with a practiced patience, waves lifting the glow, currents spreading it, molecules stirring in its warmth, as though responding to a memory they had not yet learned how to hold. But memory was forming, quietly, deeply, in the smallest structures drifting beneath the surface. These early chains, so fragile the world barely noticed them, had survived another night. Curled tightly in the cool dark, they now loosened. As morning warmth seeped through the water, each chain unfolded, in almost the same way it had unfolded yesterday. This predictable unfolding was no longer random. It was becoming patterned. Patterns are the first breath a world takes toward continuity. At the shimmering boundary between warm surface currents and cooler twilight depths, the molecules gathered in thin, luminous sheets of water where chemistry thrived. Here, mineral fragments floated upward from the vents below, delivering iron and sulfur into the soft blue light. When these minerals touched the unfolding chains, they clung to specific places, tiny anchors that stabilized certain folds better than others. Stabilization was beginning to favor certain shapes that lasted, shaped the next generation of chemical chance. Below, the deep ocean breathed warmth from the vents, steady, ancient heat that traveled in slow spirals, upward and outward. These spirals carried molecules through gradients, where they folded and unfolded and folded again, a rhythm guided only by temperature, yet beginning to resemble the cadence of life. In the shallows over volcanic slopes, sunlight thickened the concentrated pools into warm, shimmering basins. The water here was dense with possibility. Molecules pressed so close that their interactions were no longer separated by distance or chance. Some chains aligned along the minerals embedded in the rock. Some curled around tiny gas bubbles that rose through the pool. Some clung to one another in fleeting partnerships that dissolved with night and reformed with the return of day. Reforming is the first echo of resilience. As morning strengthened, the pools brightened into clear chambers of blue and gold. Evaporation thickened the chemistry even more, leaving behind patches where certain molecules clustered together in repeating, almost rhythmic structures. These clusters were not alive, but they were beginning to behave as if guided by their own history. At the ocean's surface, waves caught the rising light and stretched it across the world in long, trembling reflections. The warmth increased just enough to energize the molecules drifting there, encouraging reactions that had slept through the night. A few clusters absorbed that warmth and held it, growing slightly more reactive, slightly more likely to fold the same way as the day before. Retention of energy is the earliest breath of metabolism. Below the surface, internal waves traveled silently along density boundaries, carrying molecular forms across vast distances. Some of these waves lifted fragile chains into warmer waters. Some sank them into cooler depths. Some swept them sideways into new gradients, where they met new partners. These movements created the first environments where molecular sequences from different regions interacted. Interaction is the beginning of evolution. Far from the ridges, in open ocean twilight, a rare event occurred, so subtle, the water itself barely stirred. One chain, conditioned by cycles of warm and cool, twisted into a form that held more firmly than any of its previous shapes. The twist was elegant. A spiral turned inward, creating a long, narrow pocket running the length of the chain. This pocket fit perfectly around a fragment floating nearby. The fragment slipped into place, not because of intention, but because the shape held space for it. The chain tightened, the fragment stabilized it. The pocket darkened into a quiet cradle, and something astonishing happened. The pocket did not release the fragment, even when the surrounding water cooled again. It held, holding on, through change, is the quiet spark beneath the first heartbeat of life. When the water warmed again, the chain used the fragment to fold faster, as if remembering that shape from before. It was not consciousness, it was not life, but it was the first glimmer of a molecule, using the presence of something else to guide its own becoming. Becoming is the breath just before birth. As the sun reached late morning, the ocean shimmered with new motion. Surface currents strengthened, warmth deepened, gradients sharpened, patterns repeated, and far beneath the golden skin of the daylit sea, the chain that had learned to hold its fragment drifted into a new region, a place where minerals rose, rich with energy. The fragment in the pocket reacted with these minerals, forming a tiny spark of change within the chain's embrace. The chain tightened, the reaction strengthened, heat was captured, a gradient shifted, a shape held. The world had not yet created life, but it had created the first fragile breath of its possibility. The ocean exhaled into midday, its surface trembling with softened light. A golden calm spread thinly across waves that rose and fell, like the slow heartbeat of a world learning intention. Beneath that shimmering calm, something subtle persisted, a molecular chain holding a fragment. Within its folded pocket, its shape guided by cycles of warmth and cool, its structure strengthened by gradients that whispered the first lessons of persistence. Persistence, held across cycles, is the threshold where chemistry begins to resemble life. The chain drifted downward into the twilight water, where warmth from above met warmth from the vents below. The meeting of these two breaths created a layer of gentle turbulence, neither chaotic nor still, but textured with the smallest ripples of motion. In those ripples, the chain loosened its folds and opened its pocket. The fragment inside remained nestled, as though the chain had grown accustomed to its presence. The ocean did not know that this lingering companionship was extraordinary. It did not know that this bond, this fragile marriage of shape and fragment, was the first step toward a molecule able to guide its own formation. But the chain reacted as if some memory had been written into its structure. Memory without mind, instruction without language, becoming without awareness. It drifted farther downward, carried by slow, sinking currents that merged with mineral-rich plumes rising from the deep. These plumes shimmered in faint, ghostly ribbons. Iron, sulfur, carbon, materials that shaped the earliest lines of molecular poetry. When the chain met the plume, its fragment reacted again. Heat surged through the fold. A tiny spark of energy rippled outward along the chain's length, causing it to tighten in a familiar pattern. A pattern repeated is a whisper of replication. Not yet perfect, not yet stable, but undeniably directional. Above, morning thinned into afternoon. Sunlight slipped deeper, touching the water in long golden beams that shimmered into the twilight zones below. The warmth quickened reactions across all layers, accelerating bonds, loosening others, creating dances of structure and collapse that sculpted the ocean's chemistry into a vast library of possibility. But only a few shapes knew how to return to themselves. Returning to form is inheritance. Inheritance is the first breath of continuity. The chain, shape intact, fragment still nestled, drifted upward again, caught by a rising current, born from sunlight's warming touch. Its pocket opened slightly as the water warmed, exposing the fragment to dissolved minerals floating in the layer above. Another reaction flared, so small it barely changed the water around it, but large enough to reshape the chain from within. The chain twisted, the fragment slid, and in a moment so quiet it passed without witness. The chain completed a full cycle of folding, a cycle guided not by randomness, but by the presence of the fragment it held. A fold guided by a fragment is the first breath of instruction. The fragment was not a message. The chain was not alive. Yet together they behaved like the earliest echo of a system that would one day unfurl into life. As the sun dipped lower, behind its soft veil of cloud, the world exhaled again. Evening approached, painting the surface in muted rose and pale gold, colours that drifted downward into the water until the twilight layers shimmered with a soft internal glow. Currents shifted, gradients cooled, shallow pools over volcanic ridges thickened once more as evaporation returned for its daily ritual. In those pools, chains formed again. Hundreds, thousands, millions. Most dissolved by nightfall, some endured. A rare few interacted with minerals and fragments in ways that strengthened them, but none yet held what the drifting chain held, a fragment-guided fold that returned with each warm breath of the day. Night arrived. The stars, still too dim beneath the thickening veil of cloud, did not show themselves, but the ocean darkened into a calm mirror that reflected nothing but felt everything. In that dark, the chain curled inward once more, protecting its fragile pocket, holding the fragment inside with quiet resilience. It was not life, not yet, but it had taken the first step toward the one property the universe required before life could ever emerge. A shape that could teach the next shape how to become. The first breath had not been a gasp, but a whisper, a single molecule, holding, remembering, shaping itself toward tomorrow.